How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was balanced on. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Good afternoon. The first item of business this afternoon is time for reflection, and today's time for reflection, our leader is the Reverend Fraser Donaldson, Hope Community Church, Greenwich. Reverend Donaldson, please.
Thank you. Presiding Officer, Members of Parliament, it is a massive privilege to share with you during time for reflection today. Scripture's greatest command is to love the Lord your God and love your neighbour as yourself. Loving God and loving your neighbour go hand in hand. In fact, the scripture would suggest that loving God requires loving your neighbour. But what does that actually mean? Jesus was asked that question and he answered it by teaching the parable of the Great Samaritan. And in the parable of the Good Samaritan, he teaches us that loving your neighbour means pushing past our differences to value the individual. And this is a really important and relevant message for us today because we live in a very diverse culture here in Scotland. Every person is unique, every person is individual, every person is different. And we champion this ideal of living in an all-inclusive society, and so we should, where every opinion and every belief and every persuasion is valued. However, it is becoming the norm, and sadly it is becoming the experience of many churches and Christians, that any difference of opinion or belief that may somehow, in some way, to somebody somewhere be deemed offensive, should not so much be respected and valued, but shut down and censored. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't agree with hate speech in any form, but neither do I agree with discrimination that is dressed up as equality and that fails to recognise difference and value the individual. Instead, I agree with Jesus. Jesus valued every individual. He broke the social norms by spending time with the marginalised and welcoming those that other people rejected. He challenged the status quo and the culture of the day, and he ruffled a few feathers in the process. But in everything that he did, he served the needs of people, regardless of whether they looked like him, sounded like him, or believed like him. He loved people. And he loved people by healing the sick, setting people free, releasing peace and hope into life after life. He broke down barriers with a heart that valued the individual and at the same time welcomed all within an experience of God. All are welcome in the heart of God. And all are welcome to experience the hope, peace and life that he brings. And the belief of Christianity is that such hope, peace and life are found in Jesus. Jesus died on the cross to forgive us of our mistakes and rose again to bring us into an experience of God's reality and the hope and the love and the peace that are uniquely found in him. And today, all over our nation of Scotland, Jesus is still loving people. He's still demonstrating his love, for he is still healing the sick, setting people free, transforming lives, and bringing individuals from all different walks and backgrounds and cultures into an experience of his reality. May our nation of Scotland be a place, members of Parliament, make our nation of Scotland a place where every individual is valued and free to experience the life-changing truth of Jesus Christ, that all are welcome in the heart of God, and all can experience his hope, his peace, and his love. As you serve our nation, I encourage you, open up your heart and experience the reality and the presence of Jesus. Because if you do, I promise you won't regret it. God bless you, and thank you for listening.
The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 2071, in the name of Graeme Day, on behalf of the Parliament Bureau, setting out revisions to this week's business. Can I ask any member who wishes to speak against the motion to press the request to speak buttons now? And nobody's objected, so I call on Graeme Day to move the motion.
Moved, Presiding Officer.
As no member, as I said, is asked to speak against the motion, therefore the question is that motion 2071 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is topical questions. In order to get as many people in as possible, and I know this is a hot topic quite rightly, I prefer short and succinct questions and answers to match. Please, number one, topical question, Alec Cole-Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what plans it has for the leadership of NHS Lothian in light of the recent resignation of its chairman and forthcoming retirement of its chief executive.
Cabinet Secretary Jean Freeman.
Arrangements for an interim chair for NHS Lothian are underway and will be announced shortly. We will work closely with NHS Lothian around the recruitment of a new chief executive with the aim of appointing the new chief executive before the current chief executive retires later this year.
Alec Cole-Hamilton.
I'm grateful for that answer. NHS Lothian is in crisis. We have a sick kids hospital with no sick kids, repayment standing at £1.4 million every month. Elsewhere, we're seeing patients waiting more than a year to be discharged and children waiting up to 2 years for first-line mental health treatment. How does the Cabinet Secretary intend to mitigate the leadership vacuum and organisational memory loss in NHS Lothian Health Board?
Cabinet Secretary.
So let me first of all say that whilst I accept that NHS Lothian undoubtedly faces challenges, that's why, of course, it is at level 4 in our escalation ladder, and that brings significant government support to it. I do not accept that the board is in crisis, and I don't think that kind of language is particularly helpful or supportive to the many NHS Lothian staff who are working hard every single day. Of course, we can't forget that the current chief executive, who has considerable experience, remains with us for some time to come, and undoubtedly will be making sure, as good leaders do, that the organisational memory and experience that he carries is passed on to his senior team, some of whom also have significant experience with NHS Lothian and all of them elsewhere in our health service. We will make sure, of course, that any new chief executive is properly experienced, meets the standards of leadership, experience and expertise that we require for our NHS boards, and similarly, although in a different role, for the chair. And in all of those ways, including the significant government funding and support being offered to this board as to others, we will ensure that they are able to meet those challenges and continue in the improvement areas that we require them to do.
Alec Cole-Hamilton.
Can I assure the Cabinet Secretary that I hold the staff of NHS Lothian in the highest regard, and it is in their interest that opposition members ask questions like this. In resigning, Brian Houston said that there is a blame culture in the NHS and that NHS Lothian had not been treated with the values of openness and honesty, dignity and respect by some aspects of Scottish Government. This is not the first time that we have had a breakdown in the relationship and communications between the Government and a health board. We saw it in the QEUH2. And in Tayside, the chairman quit just a month after being appointed by this health secretary. Numerous boards are in special measures. Does any of the fault lie at your door, Cabinet Secretary?
Cabinet Secretary.
The short answer to that is no, I don't believe it does. What I believe lies at my door is the responsibility that I am taking to ensure that our boards, including their leadership, rise to the challenges that they face and are supported properly and appropriately by the Scottish Government. I would remind Mr Cole-Hamilton that the chair of NHS Tayside resigning had nothing to do with how that board was performing or not performing, nothing to do at all with the Government or our interaction with him, but had to do with his promotion in terms of his academic career. So I think we need to be very careful in how we deal with these. Of course, opposition members are and should challenge what as a government we do in health or in any other matter. But I would also remind Mr Cole-Hamilton of what the Stark report said in terms of the value-based culture that should exist in our health service, that it relies not only on openness and honesty, dignity and respect, but also on humility, responsibility, accountability and self-discipline. With those in mind, I do reject that particular view expressed by Mr Houston.
Quite a lot of members want to get in here, and I want to get in many in as possible, so I must ask for short questions, please. That will be Miles Briggs, followed by Monica Lennon, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Senior management in NHS Lothian have expressed concerns to MSPs regarding the timescale which the Cabinet Secretary has outlined for the opening of the new sick kids of autumn 2020. Can she outline, is this some of the fundamental differences that the retiring chairman outlined with the Cabinet Secretary, and will ministers take responsibility if this timescale slips once more?
Cabinet Secretary.
So the timescale for opening of the new sick kids hospital, which I'd remind members I closed because it was not safe for patients or staff, is a timescale that was reached following consultation with NHS Lothian Board, who remain a member of the Oversight Board that is led by Scottish Government and charged with ensuring that all the work that needs to be done to ensure that the site is safe and meets the appropriate standards. So NHS Lothian have been actively involved, including their senior team. I'm not sure what concerns have been expressed to MSPs. I'm very happy to look at those if they're raised with me. The current programme remains on time to meet the timescale that I set out. That is the timescale that I require, and if there are difficulties or problems with that in any respect at any point, I will of course return to the Chamber and inform members.
Monica Lennon, followed by Alison Johnson.
Thank you. If I can return to Brian Houston's resignation letter, because he paints a pretty bleak picture where he says that the behaviours shown by the Scottish Government totally counter to a values-based culture. The Cabinet Secretary has said that the Scottish Government is providing support to the Health Board, but we've got a bit of a contrast between what the outgoing chair is saying and what government officials are telling the Cabinet Secretary. Is it really a case, Cabinet Secretary, there's nothing to see here, or can you advise what steps are being taken to look into Mr Houston's claims and to give not just MSPs but the workforce and the families and patients some reassurance?
Cabinet Secretary.
So Mr Houston is of course entitled to his views. They're not views that I share. He and I have had more than one conversation on this matter. The board itself has been in discussion through the Chief Executive with the DG of NHS Scotland. As I said, there are, as Mr Houston rightly says, a difference of views. That does not mean either that Mr Houston is entirely right or that I am entirely right. But I am not prepared to rehearse in public the conversations that I rightly have with all the chairs, individually and collectively, of our NHS boards, which need to be, in some respects, confidential in order for those conversations to be as frank and open as I know you would hope they would be. So I have no intention of going through point by point what Mr Houston has expressed as his views. Suffice it to say, he has resigned, I have accepted his resignation, and plans are in process now to appoint an interim chair for NHS Lothian and begin the formal appointment process through the public appointments procedure for a full-time chair.
Alison Johnson, followed by Neil Finlay.
Does the Cabinet Secretary consider that the NRAC formula, which resulted in NHS Lothian being £11.6 million short of its funding target for 2019, has placed extra pressure on the Health Board, which serves the fastest growing part of Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
So NHS Lothian's budget for this year, for the period since 2006 to 2007 until now, has risen by 31% above inflation, compared to territorial boards as a whole, where their budget rose 21% above inflation. In addition, NHS Lothian in this financial year has received the highest uplift of any territorial board, and 16% of our waiting times money, an additional share in terms of winter pressures and other matters. So NHS Lothian faces financial challenges, as do all our boards. They are different in Lothian than they may be for some of the other boards, but that does not make them necessarily any harder. All boards have to meet those challenges. NHS Lothian is part of that. We are moving and have moved so that we have all boards within 0.8% of parity. Would I like to do more? Yes, I would. But of course, if the UK government hadn't cut the Scottish budget by as much as it has over these many years, then NHS and our health service would be receiving more funding. As it is, we receive the highest proportion of funding for all portfolios in Scottish Government.
Neil Finlay, followed by Daniel Johnson.
The Cabinet Secretary allegedly told the outgoing chair to accept accountability. With 1,300 drugs deaths, the mental health crisis, social care delays, waiting times targets being breached hundreds of thousands of times, bed blocking on an industrial scale and a budget crisis, which of these issues does the Cabinet Secretary accept responsibility for? And why has she put the two biggest health boards in special measures if there's no crisis?
Cabinet Secretary.
So, I am not going to, as I said before, get into a debate and a discussion about what Mr Houston has said and what my response is to that. I think that's entirely inappropriate in a public forum. It is for Mr Houston to take his own view and to decide, as he appears to have done, that that view should be public, but it's not something I'm going to engage in. In terms of accountability, well, of course, Mr Finlay, as the Cabinet Secretary for Health, I am accountable for how our health service performs and for all the steps that need to be taken to ensure that that performance improves. And I think that is precisely what I'm doing. Can I just say again, shouting at me from the back is really not going to assist any mature, grown-up conversation. It would be nice to have one with you, Mr Finlay, one of these days. Yeah. Mature, grown-up conversation about health. Of course, I accept accountability as the Cabinet Secretary, and I expect that accountability to be accepted by leaders across our health service. I think that is entirely right, entirely appropriate, and in accordance with the Sturrock report.
Daniel Johnson, followed by Sarah Boyer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary's refusal to explain the resignation quite simply isn't good enough. We have a health board which is in special measures, a hospital costing £1.4 million a month which cannot open. It is in the public interest to understand what this fundamental difference of opinion is. Will the Cabinet Secretary now take the opportunity to explain to the public why the Chair has resigned?
Cabinet Secretary.
No, I won't. Mr Johnson, because, as I said, I am not going to get into a public tit-for-tat debate with Mr Houston about what he put in his resignation letter. I think that is entirely inappropriate to do so. My view as the Cabinet Secretary is that I expect leadership across our NHS to accept proper accountability for the failures and the decisions and the actions and the performance of individual boards, just as I accept accountability overall for how our NHS is performing. If an individual leader does not accept that accountability, does not agree with me that that is part of their role, clearly set out as their role as chairs, clearly exercised elsewhere in our health service, then that is a situation where we are not going to productively continue to work together. Other than that, there is nothing more I intend to say about this resignation. I have accepted it. I have now set in train procedures to appoint an interim chair and to engage the public appointment process for a chair. Meanwhile, I will focus on what is the important matters, which is the improvement in performance of NHS Lothian and our other boards on waiting times, on cancer targets, on mental health targets, and in the case of NHS Lothian, making sure that thanks to our intervention, they will open a new hospital that is safe for patients, staff and all of those who attend.
Sarah Boyack.
Cabinet Secretary, this is our Parliament, and in your last two answers, you do say that you support accountability, but you are not prepared to explore the explanation of the fundamental differences between the chair of our health board and yourself. Surely this goes to the heart of accountability between the Cabinet Secretary, our health boards, underfunding and the crisis measures that have been imposed across several of our health boards across Scotland. Surely this is something that we need a proper answer to, and we need it today.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, other short, presiding officer, of repeating what I've already said. There is nothing more to say to that question. I am not prepared. I think it's entirely inappropriate. I think it would damage the relationship that I have with chairs and chief executives across our health boards if I ensured that there was a public discussion about confidential matters that are between me and those individuals in the meetings that we have. If an individual chooses to make those confidential discussions public, that is their decision, but that does not require me, nor would it be right for me, in terms of the relationship I have with other boards across our NHS, to engage in my version of those events.
Thank you very much. I now move on to question 2. Murdo Fraser, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what impact there will be on the economy and public finances of the downwards revision of estimated GDP from 180 to 175 billion.
Cabinet Secretary Derek McCann.
Nominal GDP is an estimate of the total cash value of all goods and services produced in the economy. The downward revision to this total for Scotland relates primarily to changes in the estimates of the economic contribution of North Sea oil, and this reflects revisions by the ONS, which were published in December 2019 and are used by the Scottish Government statisticians to inform the quarterly national accounts estimates for Scotland. Therefore, revisions to the nominal value of GDP are a routine occurrence and have no impact on the real economy, household incomes or government revenues.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response? There is, of course, a connection between GDP growth, income tax growth and the amount of money that the Scottish Government has to spend. We learned last week that for the most recent 4 quarters, growth in the Scottish economy was 0.6%, whilst the UK economy grew in the same period at 1.3%, more than double the Scottish rate. How does the Scottish Government account for this difference in performance?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I see that Murdo Fraser's changed the subject from his ludicrous positioning over the last couple of days when the GDP revisions came out, where Murdo Fraser was accusing me of hiding these statistics. So first of all, if we can stick to transparency for a moment, don't take my word for it, Mr Fraser. The Fraser of Allender Institute has said suggesting that statistics have been buried to hide questions about Scotland's fiscal deficit is simply bizarre. There will of course be an important debate to be had about Scotland's relative fiscal position, but this should only take place when all revisions, not just to GDP, but the underlying public finances are published in the annual GERS report in the summer, as the Fraser of Allender Institute on the 3rd of February 2020. So it's just interesting that Murdo Fraser has revised his positioning in terms of GDP stats. There are some quarters where, of course, Scottish growth will have been higher. than UK quarter. We are investing, of course, in our economy in growth. If you look at economic performance, we are in growth. I remember when the Tories were saying we'll be in recession. But in fact, if we get to a no-deal Brexit, then all economists are pointing to evidence that shows we will indeed be in recession. On exports, we are exceeding other nations within the UK. On attractiveness, we're second only to London in the southeast of England. On productivity, we've had more gains than the rest of the UK. So actually we have a strong economic performance, we've got strong economic foundations, and of course we could do much more if we indeed were an independent country and hadn't have faced the Brexit that's being forced upon us by this UK government, totally disrespecting the people of Scotland. And finally, Presiding Officer, I think you're also aware that I've launched an economic action plan that is a range of actions to help grow our economy in the face of UK government intransigence.
Now, can I say to both the front bench and members, I want shorter questions, I certainly want shorter answers, because I've got people wanting to get in, and I want to get them all in. Mr Fraser, don't chunter when you've had one question, you were getting another one. That's you now.
Is the Cabinet Secretary reading out a pre-prepared answer to a question I didn't ask and totally ignoring the question I did ask, which there was no answer to in 5 minutes of irrelevant waffle that we've just heard. Anyway, let me try another question, if you can answer my last one. Scotland's notional deficit now stands at £12.6 billion, or 7.2% of GDP, the highest in Europe and well above the EU maximum of 3%. An independent Scotland, which the Cabinet Secretary referred to, would face eye-watering austerity as a result. So, where, can the Cabinet Secretary tell us, would the cuts fall if he had his way?
Cabinet Secretary.
You see, my forecasts are so good, I knew Murdo Fraser would go with his question, which is exactly why I put out the information that I've done, which incidentally was in response to the question that was put in the order of business. So I think it's entirely appropriate I respond to that. All I can say to Murdo Fraser is, earlier in my answer, I quoted the Fraser of Allender Institute, and let's just say I'll take their opinions more than I'll take the Fraser of bluff and bluster, Murdo Fraser, in terms of his economic analysis, where the arithmetic isn't very good and neither is the political positioning either. Actually, Scotland's current estimated notional deficit is as a consequence of our current constitutional position, not what we could do with independence, where austerity is the price of the union, not independence. And we could, of course, grow our economy and spend more on our public services if we had the levers of control that most normal nations have, rather be bound by things like a migration policy that doesn't suit our economic needs in our country. Just one example of where the business community agrees with this government. So it is the case we could do much better with all the levers of independence, so resisted by the Tories, who of course will welcome the fact that the polls for independence are now at 51% in favour.
Now, I really must try. I'll try again for shorter questions and shorter answers. I live in hope, Mr Rennie. I know you won't disappoint me. Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Surely he should show some scintilla of embarrassment that he's actually, in the context of the debate about the Constitution and about Brexit, that he is not open about these figures. There should be a proper debate in that context so that we can all understand the state of Scotland's finances and what future we would like for our country. Is he not a little bit embarrassed about that?
Cabinet Secretary.
No, I'm just embarrassed by Willie Rennie, who clearly hasn't read the documents or understands the position I've set out. In terms of the figures being sent out in a transparent fashion, and I saw that with some of the press coverage from those that are saying that Scotland's too poor and too wee to be independent, the kind of things that the Liberals say now alongside with the Tories. Actually, in terms of transparency, these figures were published proactively. They were published as part of a published timescale and timetable of reports that follows from the UK's ONS that feeds into our... Willie Rennie's shaking his head. These are facts. This is true. These are independent statisticians who produce these stats. The problem is is with opposition members who misinterpret them to try and undermine the economic strength of their own country. That's what I find embarrassing.
Richard Lyle, followed by Dean Lockhart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Yes, Cabinet Secretary, you should give them all a calculator. The latest export statistics released by the Scottish Government showed that Scotland's exports to the European Union grew at a faster rate than to those to the rest of the UK or to other international markets. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that leaving the EU will make it more difficult for Scotland to reach our target of international exports being 25% of GDP by 2029?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, yes, first of all, Richard Lyle is correct to showcase that economic indicator that shows how Scotland is outperforming the rest of the UK in terms of exports, but any form of Brexit will make it harder for Scotland to export, involving the loss of not just the access to the single market, but also loss of access to the raft of preferential trade agreements which the EU has concluded with third countries, which our exporters currently benefit from. Even a free trade agreement of the form that the UK government has stated it would like to pursue would result in GDP being 6.1% lower, and that's equivalent to £1,600 per person.
Dean Lockhart, briefly, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. In his answer, the Cabinet Secretary referred to North Sea oil. The oil price today is below $55 a barrel, and that's less than half the price the SNP forecast in the White Paper on independence. Will the Cabinet Secretary now acknowledge that he and his colleagues got it fundamentally wrong in the White Paper?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I mean, the Scottish Government said, of course, we are updating the case for independence, but Dean Lockhart, like all the other Conservatives and most other Unionists, haven't even read the Growth Commission, which actually covered the position. The Commission's forecasts do not include North Sea revenue, which could, of course, be invested in the Scottish economy, supporting both future generations and providing an immediate economic boost. So you need to get with it, Mr Lockhart. You need to read the current economic analysis. You need to read those documents. And I know that the unionist argument is now performing so badly that you're back to saying that Scotland can't afford to be an independent country. The question really is that Scotland cannot afford to be part of this failing union.
Rhoda Grant.
The urgent questions that need to be addressed is why our GDP deficit is 7.2% and the rest of the UK is 1.1%. The Scottish Government has levers at its hand to grow our economy, but it won't use them for the benefit of the whole of Scotland. What is their industrial strategy? How are they going to deal with this deficit?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well,
briefly.
we are using our economic devolved powers to the full to stimulate the economy and support our public sector and have a fair and progressive tax system. See, what the Growth Commission, what the evidence is, when we look at those countries that are outperforming Scotland, the only thing that they've got that we've not got is independence. That is the big tool that would allow for the change in our fiscal position. And recognise, if Rhoda Grant understands this figure, the estimated notional deficit is not the projection of an independent Scotland. It is a reflection, an estimate on the current constitutional position. It's a reflection of the union, not independence. And the sooner unionists educate themselves on this matter, the better.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions, and there will be a short pause before we move on to the next item of business.
Just to let members know, we're not suspended, we are just paused. The cameras are on, that's all. Can I? Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. So the next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 20724 in the name of Graeme Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting a timetable for Stage 3 consideration of the Non-Domestic Rates Scotland Bill. Can I ask Patrick Harvey, as a member of the Bureau, to move this motion? Thank you very much. No other member has indicated they wish to speak. Therefore, the question is that motion 20724 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you very much. So the next item is Stage 3 proceedings for the Non-Domestic Rates Scotland Bill. Can I just check that members have the bill as amended at Stage 2, the marshalled list and the grouping of amendments? And just to remind members, although I'm sure this is very familiar, the division bell will sound. Proceedings will be suspended for 5 minutes for the first vote of the afternoon. First division, that is. First contested vote. The period of voting for that first division will be 30 seconds. Thereafter, there will be a 1-minute vote following the first vote on every group. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group should press their request to speak button as soon as that group is called. So we'll now turn to the marshalled list. So this is Group 1, minor and technical amendments. I call Amendment 30 in the name of the Minister, Kate Forbes, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. Minister, to move Amendment 30 and speak to all amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As the title of this group of amendments suggests, these are minor and what I would describe as tidying up amendments that have no significant effect. So in the interest of time, I won't explain each of them, although if any member wishes to ask a question and ask me to explain the effect of a specific amendment or indeed all the amendments, then I'd be very happy to do so. But in the interest of time, I move Amendment 30.
Thank you very much, Minister. So the question is, does no other member wishes to speak? The question is that Amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I'm going to move to Group 2, consultation on and procedure for regulations. Can I call Amendment 1 in the name of Alexander Stewart, grouped with the amendments as shown in this grouping? Alexander Stewart to move Amendment 1 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I am happy to move Amendment 1 in my name. This amendment would impose a duty to Scottish ministers to consult with relevant stakeholders when making regulations under Section 36A concerning the definition of buildings or laying draft regulations under 36B concerning the definition of relevant interests with regard to improvement of properties. Consultation provided for an additional layer of scrutiny in regulations for this. Imposing this duty to consult upon Scottish ministers will ensure that any regulations are exposed to critical comment and stakeholders which may improve the instrument and help to avoid further difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call Willie Rennie.
I want to thank Alexander Stewart for these amendments. There's about a dozen of them, I think, that either call for more consultation on regulation or change the procedure from a negative instrument to an affirmative instrument. I agree with these ideals behind them and we will support them. But I do remember 2 years ago that the Conservatives did exactly the same thing. They proposed amendments to toughen up the scrutiny of ministers under the Continuity Bill. Lots of them were passed. Then the Conservatives decided that they would rather rely on the UK Withdrawal Act, which undid all of those enhanced security measures. So I'm happy to support these amendments. I just hope the Conservatives support them for more than a few weeks at a time.
And I call on the Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I agree that subordinate legislation is appropriately consulted on and scrutinised, and I'm supportive of consultation and always happy to listen to well thought out suggestions on how this can be improved. And I've been happy to work with Mr Stewart since Stage 2 in order to do that on a number of amendments, which I hope was of assistance to him. The Scottish Government agreed with the DPLR committee that there should be a consultation requirement on regulations making provision about fees for proposals to alter an entry in the role. And for that reason, I support Amendment 3 to that effect, as well as Amendment 4, which clarifies that representatives of local authorities, assessors, businesses and other such persons as ministers consider appropriate must be consulted on in relation to proposed regulations. However, beyond Amendments 3 and 4, I understand that Mr Stewart's concern that consultation be a legal requirement. The rate system is complex. It needs to be through consultation that we can draw on expertise to ensure that we get things right. So I'm supportive of Amendments 1, 2, 45, 8, 66, 11 and 67. I don't, however, support Amendment 5, which would add a consultation requirement into Section 8C, which is the setting of rates by local authorities, as we'll come on to shortly. I'm opposed to that section in principle and will be proposing that it be removed from the bill, and I live in hope that the Tories will share my views at that point. And in terms of Amendments 7, 6, 10, 9, 13 and 12, I am prepared to support some requirements for consultation, but the DPLR committee did not think it was important to use I didn't think it was worth comment, and I struggle to see why the affirmative procedure would be more appropriate than the negative one. And to that end, I don't support amendments 5, 7, 6, 10, 9, 13, 12 and 14.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I call Alexander Stewart to wind up if you wish to make any concluding comments, and then to press or withdraw Amendment 1.
No further comments. Happy to press.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I now call Amendment 31, which was debated in the first group. Minister to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 31 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 3, power of the Scottish Ministers to remove exempt status of lands and heritages. Can I call Amendment 32 in the name of the Minister? This is grouped with Amendments 33, 34 and 22. The Minister to move Amendment 32 and to speak to all amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by talking to Mr Chapman's Amendment 22? Because I would like to reassure him, although I'm not 100% sure of the intention behind his amendment, if it is because he's fearful that that section may result in certain types of properties which are currently exempt from rating, for example, agricultural land and buildings to be rated, then I just wanted to put on record and assure him that that is not the case. It was a debate that came up at stage 2, and the Scottish Government unequivocally rejected the potential for currently exempt agricultural land and buildings to be added to the roll. Instead, this section merely is about the power. It's about the power to add as well as remove exemptions. So it's very technical in nature, but he can speak to that, I'm sure, in his own remarks. In terms of Section 3A, introduced by Andy Whiteman at Stage 2, that was introducing the power of Scottish Ministers to remove, by regulation, any exemptions or exclusions from the valuation rule which are set out in primary legislation. It's my understanding that the powers that Andy Whiteman proposed were not intended to extend to dwellings, and there's no need for them to do so. So Amendment 32 is very technical in nature because it clarifies the wording around Section 3A and specifies in conjunction with Amendment 33 that ministers may, by regulations, make provisions requiring that lands and heritages other than dwellings be entered in the valuation roll. And Amendment 34 specifies that enactment includes an Act of the Scottish Parliament and an instrument made under such an Act. For technical reasons, the Stage 2 amendment would only cover Westminster legislation. It's also worth, in the spirit of my opening remarks, to put on record that the powers provided by Section 3A would not be used to remove an exemption from rates set out in reserved legislation. For example, the exemption of lighthouses, buoys and beacons from paying rates, which is set out in the Merchant Shipping Act 1995. We have no power to interfere with such matters. So I move. Yes.
Murdo, Fraser.
For the Minister for taking the intervention and for the explanation. Could the power used in Amendments 32, 33 and 34 be used if the Scottish Government were to change its policy on agricultural land or buildings to bring these within the scope of rates?
Minister.
So it's a helpful point. So in terms of just now, most exemptions from property being entered in the valuation roll can only currently be amended or removed by primary legislation. This section produces or provides additional flexibility in Section 3A to do so by secondary legislation instead. So in terms of the Scottish Government already has the power, as I said, to exempt but not to add. So there may be in a future state where some have been exempted that needed to be added back. At the moment, there is a list, as mentioned, agriculture, land and buildings, fish farms, fishing, beekeeping, forestry, woodlands, stud farms, sewers, rural ATMs, offshore premises. Policy is going to change, so it enables whichever government's in power to be more flexible in adding or removing. So he's right in terms of saying it gives government more powers. But in terms of the arguments that were used in the Barclay Review against adding land and buildings which are currently exempt, those arguments remain the same in terms of the administrative burden that would be placed on assessors and the fact that there's significant restrictions due to state aid. So I can't envisage any government ever wanting to use that power.
Thank you very much. I call Peter Chapman to speak to Amendment 22 and to the other amendments in this group.
Presiding Officer, thank you. I will speak to my amendment, but I will declare an interest as a partner in the farming business. And the Minister is correct My amendment was triggered by my concern and those of the NFUS and the Scottish Land and Estates that this section is taking an extremely wide-ranging and comprehensive power which could result in agricultural land and buildings which are exempt from rates at the moment being subject to rates in the future. And the agricultural industry, as we all know, is already in an unprecedented state of flux due to the current political and market challenges. And to be able to plan ahead, agricultural businesses need a period of stability. And both the Barclay Review and the Cabinet Secretary decided that agricultural land should not be subject to non-domestic rates. And that decision was supported by various groups and within the agricultural industry at that time. And it was in recognition of slim margin within many agricultural businesses. And the Scottish Government professed a desire to encourage more farmers and crofters to develop more processing activity to earn a share of the margin that exists along the supply chain. So I did fear that Section 3A ignored that and would add significantly to the uncertainty farmers already face. So, given the robust, I'm delighted that the Minister has given us, has allayed my fears in a robust and clear way. And given that she has done that, I will not move my amendment.
Can I call Andy Whiteman?
Thanks very much indeed, Presiding Officer. I mean, Greens believe that all land should be in the valuation role. Peter Chapman's incorrect in the sense that 3A rather would do anything to make agricultural subjects subject to rate. The Barclay recommendation was that everything should be on the roll, and if you want to give exemptions, you should do it through relief schemes because it's more transparent, you know how much it costs, and we can have a public debate about it. The problem with the legislation at the moment is there's a whole class of exempt lands and heritages that can only be amended by primary legislation. Now, Barclay recommended that all exempt lands be on the valuation roll. This is one of the recommendations the government disagreed with. We believe they should, but that boat has sailed. So my amendment, as the Minister referenced, was agreed at stage 2, and I'm very happy that the Minister has worked with me to tidy up the amendment, which is designed to give ministers the power to introduce regulations to remove the exempt status of any lands and heritages. And whilst the current government may have no plans to do that, I think it's perfectly proper that the legislation does provide government and thus Parliament with the power to do that should they wish to in the future. Because if we are to remove exemptions, which as I say, I think we should, it's preferable that we're able to do so by subordinate legislation than having to wait for another non-domestic rates bill. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. And I would call on the Minister to wind up in this section if she wishes to add anything.
No comment.
Nothing to add. In that case, we're going to the question on Amendment 32. The question is that Amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed on Amendment 32. In that case, we're going to move to division. This is the first division of the afternoon, so I'm going to suspend the Parliament for 5 minutes while we call members to the chamber. Parliament suspended for 5 minutes. Thank you, colleagues. We'll return to business, and the question put is that Amendment 32 be agreed to, and we'll move to a division right away. This is a vote on Amendment 32. Members, please cast their votes now. This is a 30-second division. The result of the vote on amendment number 32 in the name of the Minister, Kate Forbes, is yes 87, no 25. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 33 in the name of the Minister? Already debated. Minister to move. Thank you. The question is that amendment 33 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to division on amendment 33. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 33 in the name of the Minister is yes 88, no 26. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 2 in the name of Alexander Stewart? Already debated. Alexander Stewart to move.
Move.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 2 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. Can I call amendment 34 in the name of the Minister? Minister to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 34 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to division on amendment 34. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 34 in the name of the Minister is yes 88, no 26. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 22 in the name of Peter Chapman? Peter Chapman to confirm he's not moving this amendment?
Not moved.
Not moved. So we turn now to Group 4. Entering of certain student accommodation in valuation role. Can I call Amendment 35 in the name of Sarah Boyack in a group on its own? Sarah Boyack to move and speak to Amendment 35.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I brought the original amendment as the issue of student accommodation was addressed in the Barclay report, but it wasn't taken forward into this bill. And at stage 2 in the committee, I initially moved my amendment as a probing amendment, because I was very conscious of the big expansion of the private student accommodation sector and the fact that students are rightly exempted for council tax, but the owners don't make a financial contribution to our local communities, even though they make a profit with these buildings. In the summer, when students' leases have ended, these buildings are let out for tourism purposes, and it was during this period that I wanted to explore how the profits made could contribute to the local taxation system, given the local services that visitors rely on. However, I was clear when I moved my amendment that I did not want to deliver any unintended consequences from my amendment, and it became clear through the consultation I undertook in the autumn that there was the real danger that any new taxation delivered through this legislation would directly lead to students to pay even more for what is already very expensive accommodation. This was particularly a concern of NUS Scotland, and it was very helpful to get their analysis of the high costs that students pay in privately built student accommodation. Overseas students, for example, already have to pay 6 months in advance, which is a major challenge for students who don't come from rich families. And there are differences between university or college run halls and the private sector. Unlike in university or college run halls, students in the private sector have no participation in setting the annual rent for their halls, and pastoral support or welfare support is not standard. But universities and colleges face financial challenges in providing the new quality accommodation that's affordable and that's needed for students. So this opportunity has basically been picked up by private providers. So I do want to make sure that we take this issue further. And I want to thank colleagues for passing my original amendment, which added into this bill without anyone speaking against it. But having consulted with key interests, I do not want us to take the risk of these rates being directly passed on to students through rent hikes. I spoke to a range of stakeholders, one of which was a conversation with the Minister, where we had a discussion about what happens next. And I made the case that while I accept this bill is not the best way to address these issues, even though it's raised in the Barclay Review, action is needed beyond this bill. And we do need further consultation to examine both the issue of the tax treatment for the private student accommodation sector, but crucially also the issue of student tenancies. So, having had reassurances and a very good discussion from the Minister, I am therefore moving my amendment to withdraw this section from the bill and look forward to working not just with the Scottish Government, but hopefully to representatives across the parties in this chamber for further consideration on how we make progress for our students. We've already seen progress on private rented sector, tenancies and short-term lets. I believe it's time we saw action on student tenancies too. So I move the amendment in my name. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call on Andy Whiteman to be followed by Graeme Simpson.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. Sarah Boyack's withdrawing or seeking to leave out Section 4A. I regret this. This section of the bill would have brought the private providers of student accommodation within the non-domestic rate regime, so far as holiday letting in the summer is concerned. Now, many of these companies that are running private student lets are based in offshore tax havens. And I'm bemused that the Labour Party would wish to allow such companies to continue to avoid paying their fair share of taxes to local authorities. Indeed, reports last year that analysed the profits of these companies showed returns of over 12%. And it's my view that if you're concerned about rents going up, and that's a legitimate concern, you don't back off from this, you ensure that we have regulated rents. And we assure that the extra tax that these companies are having to pay comes out of their profits, not out of student rents. So I welcome Sarah Boyack's commitment to continue to work on this. She'll have our support on this, but I do regret we haven't been able to make much further progress. Thanks, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call Graeme Simpson to be followed by Sandra White.
Thank you. I think this is a really good example of excuse me, something that you can put through at stage 2, test the water, hear the arguments, and Sarah Boyack has done absolutely the right thing by looking at, and I see the Cabinet Secretary is getting excited, by looking at the unintended consequences of what this would have done, which could potentially have been to penalise students who could have seen student rents going up. So I think she's been very sensible in putting forward this amendment to take this section of the bill out, so I congratulate her.
I call Sandra White.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And can I thank Sarah Boyack for the work that she has carried out in this particular issue. It's an issue which affects my constituency very much. I have been doing lots of work in this myself as well. And like Andrew Whiteman, I'm rather disappointed that Sarah Boyack has withdrew this. These private sector businesses, I call them, basically do not contribute to the local authority, local government, and it's always been a concern of mine. But I accept what Sarah Boyack says in regards to if they put student rent up, but I'm sure that we could maybe have looked at that as well. But I would ask Sarah Boyack to work closely with all parties in regards to this. I'm just sorry that she's removed it.
Thank you very much. And I call on the Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful to Sarah Boyack for the constructive manner in which she's engaged with the Scottish Government on Section 4A, and I welcome and support this amendment. I think Graeme is right that it's an example of where actually further conversation and further consultation with stakeholders means that we're in a better place beyond stage 3. I support the principle behind Section 4A, which seeks to address, through the levying of non-domestic rates on certain accommodation, the fact that private student accommodation is run like a business. The owners benefit from local services, yet contribute nothing to the cost of providing those services, and I get the impression that there's cross-party support for looking at this issue. But I do think there's broad recognition that one of the unintended consequences of treating the matter as a tax problem alone could simply result in additional costs being passed on by private accommodation providers to students in the form of higher rents. That's not an outcome that any of us would wish to see, when the whole thrust of this amendment is to protect students. I consider that there are wider issues to be considered than just tax, including the regulation of letting and the provision of welfare services within the private student accommodation for the more vulnerable students. So in light of all that, the Scottish Government is committed to exploring with stakeholders how we can use the tools at our disposal to better protect students living in private student accommodation, and we'll take forward that work after today's debate.
Thank you very much. And I call on Sarah Boyack to wind up in this group and then to press or withdraw the amendment.
Thank you very much. Well, I very much welcome the comments from colleagues across the chamber, and it does illustrate that there is support in this chamber for action on this issue. The challenge is getting it right, and I know putting amendments in at stage 2 or stage 3 are difficult to get it perfectly correct. So I want to pick up the point that Andy Whiteman made. I definitely agree with him on the issue of fairer taxes for these organisations. But we also need to have regulated rents at the same time. If we ended up with the costs going up without regulation, that would be the worst of all worlds. So we really need to make sure that we have a wider framework for this. One of the things I would say to colleagues is potentially we'll have tourism levy in parts of the country when these units are let out during the summer, but we urgently need safeguards on rents. So I hope that if colleagues will agree to remove these provisions from the bill today, that there is clear cross-party support for further consultation, both on the issue of fairness of the profits that are made, support that there should not be the unintended consequence of student rents going up because they are already very high in the private rented sector, and crucially support for students to make sure that we have proper rental agreements. For example, in the point I made, in university or college-owned properties, students are consulted about their rents. That does not happen in the private sector. So there are safeguards that we need, and I welcome the Minister's commitment to take this forward. It will require several ministers because it crosses portfolios. So we will look to a timetable, we will look to make progress on this. But I just make the last point that having spoken to the NUS, the representatives of students in Scotland themselves, they did not want us to pass this amendment today. They wanted us to remove this from the bill because they wanted to make sure their safeguards are in place and that students are protected. And that is absolutely central in my mind. So I reiterate, this is not the end. This is the start of some proper work on this issue. And I think it's unfinished business from this bill. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 35 be agreed. Are we agreed? Yes. No. OK, we're not agreed. We'll move to division on Amendment 35. Members may cast their votes now. This will be a 1-minute division, as it is the first in a group. The result of the vote on amendment number 35 in the name of Sarah Boyack is yes 104, no 8, There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. We move to Group 5, proposals to alter and appeals against valuation role. Can I call Amendment 36 in the name of the Minister, grouped with the amendments as shown in the groupings, and call on the Minister to move Amendment 36 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The amendments in this group relate to reforming the appeal system and seek to make rather technical adjustments to ensure that the legislation setting out the new two-stage appeal system will operate as intended. So bear with me as I outline some of the technicalities. Amendment 36 ensures that the assessor may amend the role to give effect to a decision on a proposal and provides that current rules about when an amendment to the role takes effect, where an appeal has been made by a new proprietor, tenant or occupier, will apply to proposals and appeals under the new system. Amendment 37 specifies that a person who has made a proposal or an appeal may not themselves make a proposal against the outcome of that proposal or appeal, though other persons with interest will remain able to make further proposals. Amendment 38 clarifies that the assessor may amend the entry following a proposal being made in accordance with an agreement reached after the proposal was made. This amendment is simply to clarify that the assessor cannot revive an earlier agreement, since the ratepayer cannot appeal an alteration to the role where it reflects an agreement reached after the proposal was made. Amendment 39 allows regulations to provide that notices to be sent by an assessor in relation to a proposal can be sent to any person with an interest in the property. At present, the bill only allows provision in relation to the person who made the proposal, but it may be required to send notices to others. Amendment 40 allows regulations in relation to a proposal to specify the day from which an alteration to the role is to be made following a proposal. The legislation underpinning the appeal system set out in the Local Government Act 1975 is complex, and it's important that the system works effectively. Regulations will need to provide this type of detail to allow for the procedures and timings around proposals to operate consistently. Amendments 41 and 42 provide that if an assessor does not reach a decision on a proposal and the ratepayer appeals to the Valuation Appeal Committee, the appeal is to be treated as if the assessor had refused to alter the entry in the role. And last but not least, Amendment 43 makes it clear that regulations about the procedure is to be followed in appeals can cover the evidence that can be led. I confirmed in writing to the Local Government Committee on the 3rd of September that the Government will consult on draft regulations implementing the reform of the appeals system. That consultation will occur later in this year. So although those were very technical amendments, of course, the most important thing with the Barclay review is getting the appeals system right, and so I move Amendment 36.
Thank you very much. And there are no other members who wish to contribute in this section. This group, therefore, the question is that Amendment 36 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendments 37, 38, 39 and 40 and invite the Minister to move them en bloc?
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object if we put the question on these four amendments en bloc? No. No one does. Thank you. The question, therefore, is that we agree to Amendments 37, 38, 39 and 40. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 3 and ask Alexander Stewart if he wishes to move this amendment debated earlier?
Move, thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendments 41, 42 and 43, all just debated, and can I invite the Minister to move these amendments on?
Moved.
Thank you. Does any member object if I put a single question on Amendments 41 to 43? No. That's good. The question is that we agree Amendments 41 to 43. Are we all agreed? Yes. Thank you. Can I call Amendment 4 and ask Alexander Stewart if he wishes to move or not move Amendment 4?
Move, thank you.
Thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 6. This is the meaning of material change of circumstances. Can I call Amendment 17 in the name of Graeme Simpson, grouped with Amendments 18 and 21, and invite Graeme Simpson to move Amendment 17 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you. I move Amendment 17. All the amendments, there's 3 of them in this group, they're all in my name, and they really give us a chance to show here that we're pro-business, and I'm sure that's a theme that will come up later. Now, at stage 2, the Scottish Government introduced Amendment 38, which is now Section 8B of the bill, titled meaning of material change of circumstances. The section alters Scottish non-domestic ratepayers' appeal rights and restricts their appeal rights when there's a change in their economic circumstances. The amendment was brought forward by the Minister based on the following two reasons. First is that the Scottish Assessors Association wrote a letter to the Local Government and Communities Committee stating they no longer saw the need for MCC appeals based on economic changes with the move to 3 yearly revaluations, and furthermore it would bring the system back in line with other jurisdictions in the UK. The second reason was that the Minister advised that many business organisations asks for a review of this part of the law. Now, at stage 2, we accepted the amendment in good faith that these reasons were sound and been tested and consulted on with stakeholders. Since stage 2, we have consulted with business organisations on Section 8B, and the Scottish Government and the Scottish Assessors Association rationale has been seriously questioned. The Scottish Chamber of Commerce were outraged, their word, with the amendment, outraged, and have asked that the law be changed in a way to make it clear that economic changes could be a material change of circumstances and not to have that right taken away. Indeed, the chair of the Business Rates Advisory Group for the Chamber wrote to all members of the committee, being highly critical of the original amendment and advising that the SAA letter was seriously flawed and contained a number of factual inaccuracies in terms of what the amendment actually did. Furthermore, they advised they'd not been consulted on at all on the proposed change, even though they sit on the Barclay Implementation Advisory Group, and it had never been proposed in that forum or indeed in the Barclay Review itself. So what's the effect of Section 8B? It alters Scottish non-domestic ratepayers' appeal rights. It restricts their appeal rights where there is a change in their economic circumstances, but appears to leave open the possibility that physical changes to a property can be a material change of circumstance. The Scottish Chamber of Commerce view is that this section means that even with the move to 3 yearly revaluations, with a 1-year tone date, the Scottish non-domestic rate system will be less responsive to changing marketplaces than the current system of 5 yearly revaluations. So Amendment 17 clarifies that both economic and physical changes in an area can be, or should be, a material change of circumstance, allowing ratepayers to appeal. And in the modern world, an economic change can have a similar damaging and long-lasting effect on a ratepayer's property value than a physical change such as roadworks or tramworks even outside their property. Our amendment brings clarity to the definition of material change of circumstances and is the change ratepayers in Scotland want as expressed by the Chamber of Commerce and the Scottish Property Federation. The 2008 recession is a perfect example, and Scottish Government Section 8B actually means that there will be no relief for Scottish ratepayers if such an economic disaster occurred again. So I urge members to support Amendment 17. If Amendment 17 does not have the support of the Chamber, then Amendment 18 calls for an independent review of this fundamental part of the rate system. It says it should be appropriately reviewed, allowing proper consultation with the ratepayers. That hasn't happened to date, so that the appeal system can be shaped by those who actually pay the rates. Amendment 21, the final amendment in the group, is a technical amendment tied to Amendment 18, so I'll only move those two if 17 falls, but 17 is the one that business organisations want.
Thank you very much, and I call on the Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I am somewhat surprised to see Mr Simpson lodging these amendments to reverse Section 8B, given that he agreed to Amendment 38, introducing it at Stage 2. I'm also surprised that Amendment 17 creates regulatory powers that would be subject to no parliamentary procedure. But in terms of the core substance, these changes were brought in response to demands for clarity by ratepayers and also the comments that were made by the Scottish Assessors Association. And they were very clear in terms of asking for the government to ensure that there was clarity around a material change in circumstance. And I quote, "Such a decision would minimise the risk of appeals, would be in line with other devolved administrations, and most importantly, better reflect the realities of the shorter revaluation cycle and tone date." So in a nutshell, Presiding Officer, these changes bring the system into line with the system in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. They better reflect the restrictions that we're already seeing through case law, and it makes sense in light of the changes in the revaluation cycle that is introduced by this bill. As members know, we're committed to introducing a one-year tone date. That will be set out in secondary legislation for the 2025 revaluation onwards. That will ensure that rateable values are much more closely aligned to current market values than they have been in recent revaluations, and will reduce the need for economic circumstances to be debated on appeal. Now, I understand that certain ratepayers are concerned that an economic downturn could leave them with rateable values that don't reflect the downturn. But I believe that ratepayers are concerned about their rates bill rather than their rateable valuation. Case law has been clear that inevitably there will be increases and decreases in rental values between tone dates, and that is not a material change in circumstance in itself. And of course, Scotland is unique in the UK in having opened the door for such changes to even be considered as a material change in circumstance. However, what counts as the normal ebb and flow compared to an economic crisis does not need a resource-intensive debate in the courts. I believe that the correct place for action to be taken if and when an economic crisis occurs is by amending rates bills. Ministers already have the tools to do that when they set the poundage and through the relief system. And we've seen that. We've seen ministers take that action, as Dermot Mackay did for hospitality and Aberdeen City and Aberdeenshire offices at the 2017 revaluation through the introduction of a transitional relief. And I hope that we will continue to be able to introduce those reliefs subject to our votes later on today. Amendment 18 proposes an independent review of the definition rather than making changes now. I question what such a review would achieve, and I'd point out that the amendment would not provide ministers with powers to implement the recommendations of any review. So in closing, Presiding Officer, I see no need for such a review in the context of a 3-yearly revaluations and a 1-year tone date. I've spoken to the Scottish Chambers of Commerce. I recognise that ratepayers need clarity, and I would strongly urge colleagues to vote in line with our position in not supporting Amendments 17, 18 and 21.
Thank you very much. And I call on Graeme Simpson once more if he wishes to make any comments by way of winding up, and then to press or withdraw Amendment 17.
I'm just disappointed that the Minister isn't listening to the voice of business on these amendments.
So the question is that Amendment 17 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to division on Amendment 17. This is the first division in a group. It will be a 1-minute division. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 17 in the name of Graeme Simpson is yes 27, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 18 in the name of Graeme Simpson? Graeme Simpson to move? Move. That is moved. The question is that amendment 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. Move to division on amendment 18. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 18 in the name of Graeme Simpson is yes 26, no 88. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 5 in the name of Alexander Stewart, moved earlier, debated earlier? Alexander Stewart, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 5 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on amendment 5. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 5 in the name of Alexander Stewart is yes 55, no 58. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We're going to turn now to Group 7. This is the setting of non-domestic rates by local authorities. Can I call amendment 23 in the name of Andy Whiteman, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings, and ask Andy Whiteman to move amendments 23 and 23A and to speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I move Amendment 23 and 23A. And I'm glad to be speaking on what I hope will be one of the highlights of this afternoon's debate. As members know, non-domestic rates are a local tax. For well over a century, they were under the full control of the level of government to whom they belong, the county and later regional councils, before being centralised by the Thatcher and Major governments. The power was then given to the Secretary of State for Scotland, from whom, by virtue of devolution, Scottish ministers inherited it. Now, Greens believe that this was a fundamentally wrong move. Labour did at the time as well. Non-domestic rates is a local tax, it belongs to local government and it belongs to councils. So just as the Scottish Parliament sets Scottish tax rates, so too should local authorities set their local tax rates. Now, Amendment 23 is the substantive amendment in this group. Now, Presiding Officer, I've always recognised and made this very, very clear at stage 2, that returning rate-setting powers to local authorities could not and should not be achieved overnight. There are discussions to take place between government and COSLA over the local government settlement, over the fiscal framework and other matters. And that's precisely why Amendment 23 allows plenty time. But I'm also clear that this vote today is the first opportunity in the history of devolution to make provision for this historic wrong to be corrected. And so Parliament faces a very clear choice today. Vote for democracy, vote to make Scotland a normal European country by giving local democracy the right to control its own tax base, or continue with the centralisation and elite power that started with Mrs Thatcher and John Major and has been continued by Labour, Liberal Democrat and now SNP governments, which assume that the Finance Secretary knows best what is good for Scotland's local authorities. Now, Presiding Officer, there is one thing in which the Minister and I both agree this afternoon, and that is that we should remove the existing Section 8C. Of course, the only difference is she wants to remove it completely. I wish to remove it in order to replace it with something better. Amendment 23 removes the existing Section 8C and replaces it with a new 8C. This provides Scottish ministers that Scottish ministers must introduce regulations to repatriate non-domestic rates by the 1st of April 2024. It removes the Stage 2 provisions that in turn removed the power of ministers to introduce national reliefs. And so the power to introduce national relief, such as the Small Business Bonus Scheme, remains as a consequence of my amendment. And on that, the Minister and I both agree as well. And this is very important for members to understand. Both the Minister's Amendment 44 and my 23 both preserve national relief. So members can be assured that whatever the outcome, national reliefs are unaffected, and I hope that puts that argument to bed. Now, the new Section 8C also allows the 2024 date to be changed by regulation, so that if 4 years is not enough to have these conversations, it can be extended. The regulations will also set out the process of rate setting, the collection arrangements and any new revenue support grant processes. Amendment 23 also allows for regulations to amend the section if any technical changes are required. Now, beyond Amendment 23, I've provided a choice for members between Amendments 28 and 68 in relationship to commencement. Amendment 28 would necessitate consultation before introducing commencement regulations and also provides, importantly, for a sunset clause, 5 years after royal assent. So if Parliament wasn't content that this measure should be taken 5 years after royal assent, the power would simply die. Amendment 68, on the other hand, provides for commencement within 12 months of royal assent, and we'll be supporting that amendment. But voting for either 28 or 68 would also be, voting for neither, rather, 28 or 68 would also be a legitimate option. If that were to be the outcome, then the consequence would be that there would be no commencement provisions specified in the bill, and ministers would be free to bring into force as much as they wished at any time of their choosing. If Amendment 28 is agreed, then we would ask members to support the relevant technical amendments 23A, 69, 71 and 29. If Amendment 68 is agreed, then please support 23A, 70, 72 and 29. Now, Presiding Officer, I want to draw members' attention to the fact that obviously this is a minority administration, and the Minister was invited in early January to cooperate on the drafting of these amendments, notwithstanding the fact that the Government disagrees with the policy intention. Now, I was informed on the 14th of January that the Government would not be cooperating. I was, however, alerted by Government officials to some drafting issues after the deadline for amendments last week, and so I'm grateful to you, Presiding Officer, for having admitted a small number of manuscript amendments. Presiding Officer, I'm aware that most of Scotland's business organisations oppose Amendment 23. I've spoken to most of them, and it's clear that their main concern was the abolition of the power to set national reliefs. This has now been removed from the bill. They're also concerned about returning rate setting to councils on the basis that they fear that rates go up. But that was precisely the argument used by many of these same organisations in opposing the establishment of the Scottish Parliament with tax-varying powers. Now, Scottish businesses managed fine for over a century and more, during which councils set the rate. Now, unlike the current regime, there was widespread consultation over what the rate should be. There was debate in the local papers. Councillors were engaged on a regular basis, and there was plenty of opportunity for engagement by local ratepayers with their local authority. And today, most of these trade bodies are very happy and content with their cosy chats with Derek Mackay. But local rates should not be the subject of private meetings between business elites and the Cabinet Secretary. Scotland is a varied place, and the place for this debate is in local communities. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Perhaps if Mr Rumble wishes to make a point, he can press his request to speak button. I've got 4 other members who wish to indicate, but first the Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Well, I hear the Tories trying to change the narrative in this debate, but the truth is they've entered this debate doing something really quite remarkable. Their position has been opposed by the majority of Scottish businesses and COSLA. And the irony is that the Tories come into this debate today having voted to abolish the Scottish Government's powers over setting relief, and tomorrow they're holding a debate demanding that the Scottish Government use those powers to make changes to tax rates. So today's debate needs to be understood in relation to Stage 2. To be clear, at Stage 2, the Tories, Labour and Greens voted for an amendment that jeopardised local authority funding guarantees, despite those same parties appealing for more funding for local authorities. They voted to abolish the Scottish Government's rate reliefs worth £300 million to small businesses, nurseries and hydro schemes, to name just a few. And, Presiding Officer, it's not good enough for anybody to say that it was a mistake. You cannot make mistakes with over £2 billion of revenue. And finally, they voted to potentially introduce 32 different rates across Scotland. Now, some parties, and I respect those parties, may ideologically believe that that is right. But to do it in one vote without scrutiny, consultation or thought to what it means is no way to set changes in motion. What about rural areas that have less flexibility over rates? What about evidence from England that suggests rich councils have more revenue and poorer councils have less? What about utility companies? How are they assessed? Those were all questions that were raised by directors of finance at COSLA. And these amendments before us just now do not answer comprehensively those questions. Now, the Tories claim to be a government in waiting, ready to take up the mantle of government, but they can't even figure out their position on the uniform business rate, which is worth £2 billion to the Scottish budget. Businesses will be watching the Tories carefully. They can see the ridiculous position of claiming to be pro-business but voting to introduce uncertainty, of demanding tax cuts in tomorrow's budget debate but having voted to make it impossible for government to provide reliefs, and of only being forced to think again after a concerted campaign by 27 business organisations. Now, Andy Whiteman is to be commended for raising the profile of this issue and indeed the profile of the non-domestic rates bill more widely, which the general population may have once dismissed as quite dry. I know that COSLA are very keen to see fiscal empowerment, and the way in which local authorities are funded will be considered as part of the fiscal framework work, which we will now take forward at pace. Turning briefly, yes.
Andy Whiteman.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for taking intervention. On that point of COSLA, the leaders agreed that, and I quote, on the basis that Scottish Government has provided a written commitment to COSLA that joint work on devolution of non-domestic rates take place. In the Minister's letter to Gail McGregor on the 31st of January 2020, she says, I can confirm my agreement to your proposal that joint work to consider the implications of the devolution of non-domestic shall be taken forward. Can't you confirm that all the government is agreeing here to do is to look at the implications and not to COSLA's ask, which was the precondition of their opposition to 23, to actually joint work on the devolution of non-domestic rates?
Minister.
The commitment is that we take forward the fiscal framework work at pace. Now, the fiscal framework taking that forward at pace includes looking at the integrated local government funding mechanisms and includes all the local government taxes as well. And the commitment, I suppose, that was made, which is different from what we were doing, is the key point: at pace. So we do commit to take forward that work. That will include looking at the implications. That's got to be part of it. But more than anything, it's looking at how non-domestic rates sits within the wider integrated local government funding that we will look at. In terms of the specific amendments, Presiding Officer, I obviously have an amendment which takes out the section in full. We support the uniform business rate, and so the only amendment in this group that I can support is my own amendment 44 to remove section 8C from the bill completely. And to Andy Whiteman's point, while COSLA supports greater fiscal empowerment for local government, it does not appear to support section 8C. The business community does not support section 8C, and I think it's imperative that the answers to the Directors of Finance are sourced before we make this change.
Thank you very much. And I've got 5 members who have indicated they wish to contribute. I call Murdo Fraser to be followed by Sarah Boyack.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This group of amendments relates to the principle of localising non-domestic rates. In other words, returning power over the setting of rates to local authorities. It is one of 2 issues which have generated the most heat in relation to the bill before us. Andy Whiteman presented at stage 2 an amendment, now section 8C, proposing to localise rates. We now know that amendment was defective, as it would have removed all existing reliefs, including the small business bonus, not, I think, the intention of the proposer of the amendment. But Mr Whiteman has sought to rectify that in the amendments he has brought before us this afternoon. However, we need to consider the principle of rates localisation. And it's true to say there are those in my party who are attracted to that principle, not least those who are in positions of leadership in local government. And I have some sympathy with their view on the matter. The Scottish Government tells us continually it supports local decision-making, but when it comes to the crunch, it always seems to take a different view, Presiding Officer. I think we have to see this debate on localisation of rates in 2 broader contexts. The first is in relation to the rating system itself. This is a system which is, frankly, creaking at the seams. The Barclay Review delivers a series of worthwhile reforms, but it remains our position that it was too restricted in its terms, and what is needed is a much more comprehensive review of the rating system and how it operates. And we see that very easily illustrated in retail, where retail businesses are suffering at the moment under the burden of business rates, whilst those dealing in online retail are not similarly caught. Something I will discuss more in the debate that follows on the amendments tomorrow. The second context is in relation to local government. The whole question of local government of funding of local government needs to be tied into a broader discussion around the powers and functions of local authorities. What are they for, and what is their relationship to central government? Are they simply delivery agents for national policy, or do they have a status in themselves? And until we answer that question, we cannot properly answer the question as to how they might draw their sources of funding. And we've heard many voices in the business community express their concern that ending the uniform business rate at this stage is not appropriate and will add risks and complications to doing business in Scotland, which is the last thing that the Scottish economy needs at this time, when we've just learned the Scottish economy is growing at less than half the rate of the UK economy, thanks to the stewardship of this SNP government. I'll give way to Mr Whiteman.
Does Mr Fraser not accept that there are no proposals in my amendment to end the uniform business rate now? The earliest that can be done would be 2024.
Fraser. I think Mr Whiteman makes a very fair point, and I do understand that is the case, which is why it was absolute nonsense what the Minister was saying about the issues around the budget for next year, because even if we did agree with Mr Whiteman, which of course we don't, his amendment would not be coming into effect until 2024. But it is a fair point. However, I would just say that I do think we need to consider these things in these two broader contexts. The damage being done by the current rating system in its unreformed state, and also what happens to local government. Yes, of course I'll take an intervention.
I'm just very curious to know, considering catastrophic effects on the business community, at what point Murdo Fraser and the Tories decided to abandon poor Andy Whiteman?
Murdo Fraser.
Presiding officer, stage 2 of a bill, members are quite entitled to raise issues and have a debate. I think it's a very valuable exercise to allow this debate to be heard. We can discuss all these points, and we can discuss in this chamber the woeful performance of the Scottish economy under the stewardship of the Finance Secretary and his colleagues on those benches, which has been growing so dismally. Presiding officer, while we are still sympathetic to exploring the principle of localisation, we do not believe that this is the right time or this bill is the right vehicle to deliver that policy. However, we are very happy to engage in further discussions with other parties about the future status and the future funding of local authorities. And for these reasons, I regret to have to tell Andy Whiteman we will not be supporting his amendments in this route, but I do thank him for raising this debate and allowing us to discuss these very important issues.
Can I call Sarah Boyack to be followed by Willie Rennie? Sarah Boyack.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. The Barclay Review was tightly scoped by the Scottish Government and didn't include a wider review of non-domestic rates in their role. So at stage 2, my view is that the majority of the committee took the opportunity to amend and test the provisions of this bill, and that we were right to do so. At stage 2, Andy Whiteman's amendment on devolving NDRs to local authorities was passed, as there was a general, and is, I think, a general support for more financial autonomy at the local level. However, his amendment inadvertently deleted the capacity for the Scottish Government to provide relief for businesses, and that was clearly very concerning to all of those who currently benefit from the small business bonus scheme, and indeed a new relief that I had added to the bill. And I think also, since the vote we had on stage 2, the business community and the shop workers union USDAW have argued very strongly against devolving rates, given the current economic uncertainty for town centres and fears that local authorities would increase rates. We do understand those concerns, and a particular point that many of them made was they weren't expecting this to be added to the bill, and they felt they hadn't had the opportunity to contribute to our discussions. Now, let me just take the point on that the Cabinet Secretary has just made there. I do want to record thanks to Andy Whiteman for enabling us to have these discussions over the last couple of months, because I do think they've been valuable. I particularly want to raise the issue of having spoken to local government colleagues of the concerns they had about equalisation and how important they value the principle of equalisation, of sharing resources. And the Council colleagues I've spoken to are concerned about their capacity to raise funds they need now, given the impact of austerity, given the impact of economic pressures in their areas, and they need to invest now in their town centres to make them fit for the future. And the Shop Workers Union, USDAW, were also very concerned, and we have to listen to those who've made representations to us. Yes, is that Andy Whiteman? Yeah.
I thank the member very much for taking an intervention. I mean, is she actually saying that as a consequence of her discussion with colleagues in local government, that she would rather that an SNP Cabinet Secretary set their rates rather than a Labour-led council?
Sarah Boyack.
Well, The question I asked at stage 2 was, could we have COSLA's views before we discuss this at stage 3? Because there has to be a point about respect here. There has to be a point where we consult each other, and the Scottish Government and our local authorities work together. So I asked for COSLA to give us a briefing on their views on these amendments before we voted on them at stage 3. Now, first of all, we received a briefing from the Scottish Local Authority Directors of Finance, which has been mentioned already, which gave us a detailed briefing last month highlighting their concerns about the proposals. And on Friday, COSLA leaders issued a call for Parliament not to support the proposals that Andy Whiteman has brought forward. So I think we should respect our colleagues and we should listen to them, because the key issue that they want is to have progress on the wider fiscal framework, which is seen to have stalled. And in the last few weeks, we've seen pressure mounting on the Scottish Government for fair funding of local government in the budget that we'll be hearing about this week. And in their call to MSPs, COSLA made it absolutely clear they want to see that faster progress. So today, Scottish Labour will be voting against the proposals to devolve NDRs in this bill. But we strongly support COSLA's call for action on the fiscal framework. This bill presented all of us with an opportunity to test the waters of financial devolution, but it's key that the wider local and additional government financing mechanisms are considered, not just NDR in isolation. Council tax, land value capture, there are a range of issues that need to be discussed. To date, there has been no real progress to deliver the transformation our local authorities urgently need. We've only seen tinkering around the edges. The potential of the visitor levy powers is something I've strongly supported and campaigned for, but it will only ever deliver a marginal impact in terms of revenue raised, and because not all local authorities will use it. So we do need action, and I hope in her closing remarks the Minister will focus on what comes after this bill to live up to the aspirations our local government colleagues have highlighted in their representations to us, because I think we all need to make progress. No, thank you.
Call Willie Rennie to be followed by Graeme Simpson.
As Liam MacArthur said in stage 1, we would rather this whole bill had a broader scope and was not restricted by the limited recommendations in the limited Barclay review. It could have set out about giving control of business rates to local authorities, to give them the opportunity to form meaningful and strong relationships with businesses in their area, linking that to their existing roles in economic development and to business into local colleges. Each local authority would have that clout to shape a more successful community. The small retail businesses that have contacted me are concerned about this amendment, but they are also concerned about the status quo and the increases in rates that they are expecting under the current system. The margins for many small businesses in our high streets are tight, and they are sick of ever-increasing rate bills. I said at the time that the Barclay Review was established that its scope was too limited. It should have done more for our high streets. I am grateful to us, though, for taking the time to get in touch. They too make the case for fundamental reform. So Amendment 23 doesn't change the system in the way I would like, but it does open up the possibility of local councils and businesses working hand in hand. Previous attempts by this government on localism have, to be fair, been fake localism. The business rate incentive scheme being the case in point of a scheme that collapsed under its own contradictions. I see a future where local councils raise half of what they spend, just like we do in this Parliament, with the other half being the pooling and sharing of resources across Scotland, like we have in this Scottish Parliament. This amendment stops that from happening. Listening to the Minister, it sounds like she doesn't, in principle, believe in giving local authorities more power and responsibility over business rates. Yes, certainly.
Cabinet Secretary Derek Mackay.
Could I ask Willie Rennie, through you, Presiding Officer, why does that principle of localism never come into effect when the Liberals are in office in the Scottish Executive? But why doesn't that principle apply to the workplace parking levy that the Liberals oppose?
Willie Rennie.
There's no point giving local authorities powers that are ineffective and won't be used. What we need is an effective set of powers like these powers that Andy Whiteman's putting forward today. Meaningful powers that can deliver change in communities, not powers that are half-baked and not well constructed. So therefore, that's why we oppose those measures, because I think it's right to get the right powers for local authorities. COSLA believe they have an agreement to look at this as part of the fiscal framework between the Scottish Government and local government. Section 8C should be part of that framework, and there isn't any reason why it shouldn't be. So will we be voting against Amendment 44? Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Graeme Simpson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've been slightly concerned throughout this process that ministers don't appear to, or maybe it's deliberate, they don't appear to get what the process of a bill is and what it's all about. Because stage 2, you come to stage 2, and that is the perfect opportunity to test ideas. I mean, I'm being barracked by people who don't understand the system.
A little bit of order, please.
Stage 2 is an opportunity to test ideas. And that's what has happened. So I've got to congratulate Andy Whiteman for bringing this forward. It has meant we've been able to have a debate. It is disappointing that government swung into action when he got his Amendment 9 through at stage 2. They went tonto, they alarmed the business community. Yes.
Minister Kate Forbes.
What's this?
Minister Kate Forbes.
Well, is a member actually accepting that the only reason that the Tories have done a U-turn today is because we finally alerted to them to the damaging impact of that amendment?
Yeah. Graeme Simpson.
Well, the Minister's got a very strange definition of what counts as a U-turn, Presiding Officer. We were very, very clear, extremely clear, that this was about allowing a debate to continue, which is what's happened. I made it very clear at stage 2 that there's a great deal of support in my own party for devolving more powers to local government. Indeed, I mentioned during that debate that our last local government manifesto was called Localism for Growth.
Cabinet Secretary Derek Mackay.
Do the Conservatives really expect us to believe that it was the best use of parliamentary time to support an amendment drafted in their error, only then superseded with another amendment drafted with other errors to destroy the business credentials all in one day? Do the Conservatives really believe that was the best use of parliamentary time?
Graeme Simpson.
Dear me.
Dear, oh dear. This is getting ridiculous, Presiding Officer. This is absolutely ridiculous, absolutely absurd. Because what Andy Whiteman has achieved is to have that full and proper debate. And, as I'll come on to, he has actually achieved something. The Minister, Kate Forbes, has actually given way. Now, there are 3 issues. The first of all was reliefs. Mr Whiteman has confessed that his original amendment was drafted in error. That can happen. The other issue for business was that you could end up having 32 different rates. And the third issue was that rates could be hiked. And it seemed that nobody, including the Cabinet Secretary and Ms Forbes, trusts SNP councils not to increase business rates. And who can blame them? Now, the letter from Council Directors of Finance the other day highlighted the complexity of the issue, and Kate Forbes referenced this in her most recent correspondence to MSPs too. The question is, for us, is this the right way to go about devolving power to local government? And we've concluded, as Murdo Fraser has said, that this is not the right time to do it. On this, the DPLR committee, that bastion of common sense, said this: it would be inappropriate for subordinate legislation rather than primary legislation to devolve rate setting to local authorities. And last week, Kate Forbes wrote to COSLA's finance lead, Councillor Gail McGregor, agreeing to, quote, a proposal that joint work to consider the implications of the devolution of non-domestic rates will be taken forward as part of the wider fiscal framework that we've already committed to delivering. And she also agreed that this work should proceed at a pace that is necessary to bring forward plans for the fiscal framework in time for the next parliamentary session. So that's a good thing. She seems to be on board with this agenda. So given that all parties in the chamber seem to agree with the general principle of devolving powers, I think that this is the right way to proceed. Andy Whiteman should be applauded for getting this onto the agenda. Myself, Alexander Stewart and Sarah Boyack helped him to do so at stage 2. I'm pleased we did, because we've had a full and proper debate, and that's what this process is all about.
I call Mike Rumbles.
I fully support Andy Whiteman's amendments to devolve non-domestic rates to our 32 local authorities, but in doing so, I accept the fact that this will mean, just like council tax, that we are likely to have different rates in different councils. Otherwise, what would be the point? So that's the point that I think is missing. If we...
Minister Kate Forbes.
Just curious what you think that would mean for utility companies, for example, electricity companies that will be running through 30 different local areas. Does that mean 32 different rates?
Mike Rumbles.
No, it disappoints me from the front bench of the Scottish Parliament. That's the argument against devolution. That's the argument about having a Scottish Parliament. It's the argument against devolution. It's the argument about not devolving power from the UK government to the Scottish government, because the Scottish government doesn't seem to want to devolve it to our local authorities. I think it couldn't be clearer. If we believe in devolution, as I do, as I thought most MSPs did, we even had Graeme Simpson saying we did, most MSPs did, but we have to be judged by our actions. It's not just about a debate. It's about which button we press in a moment. It's about making decisions and making the right decisions. Devolution cannot just stop here at Holyrood. We do need to devolve matters such as these business rates to our local councils. Listening to the counter-argument from the ministerial team front bench, I don't really believe they're interested in devolving real power from itself to our local councils at all. That's why it's quite right that MSPs like Andy Whiteman have the courage to do the right thing here. And when MSPs do the right things for the right reasons, they should be supported. Unlike, we've had the Cabinet Secretary for Finance talk about in a jibe towards these benches about what about the car park tax, and isn't that devolution? Well, I'm talking about devolution that will be used, real devolution. As Andy Whiteman said earlier, and I commend him for bringing this forward, this is an opportunity to make real change. It is a rare event indeed in the history of how we run our country. So I don't accept the arguments that we will have change, but not just yet. Or as Graeme Simpson said, this is just to introduce interesting ideas. I'm pleased that the Liberal Democrats are supporting Andy Whiteman on this, because as far as devolution is concerned, it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Andy Whiteman to wind up in this group and then to press or withdraw Amendment 23A.
I'll press 23A before I forget, Presiding Officer. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm genuinely thankful for members for their contributions today. It's not often that we get to stage 3 and have I think, quite a meaningful debate about some important issues. I also want to thank all who've engaged with me and other members over the past 2 months. It's true that many people, this took many people by surprise, and that's perhaps a reflection on the fact that we have got a very settled, cosy consensus that whatever government says it wants to have in a bill is what Parliament, who is the body that actually makes law, will eventually say. So I hope it's a wake-up call to some of Scotland's civic society that need to pay more attention to what Parliament thinks and what opposition members think, and not just concentrate on what the government is proposing. Now, Murdo Fraser talked about a more fundamental review, and we will discuss this tomorrow, because the original proposition by the Scottish Government, way back in 2014, I think it was that there would be a fundamental review. And that is not what we had. Mike Rumbles, Willie Rennie, I think, pointed this out. We have a very, very narrow review. Now, Kate Forbes mentioned evidence from England. Evidence from England is not often cited by the government, but I would go broader than that, because international research conducted recently by a Swiss consultancy for the Association of European Municipalities showed that not only is the UK one of the most centralised states in the world, but it also found that states with a high degree of decentralisation of policymaking, including fiscal powers, do better economically than those with more centralised decision-making. And that's from evidence right across Europe. Now, Parliament has a fundamental decision to make on Amendment 23. We can recognise after 20 years of devolution that it's time to make Scotland a normal European country where the local state has the power that's been held for centuries by any normal European municipality or county, or we can continue with the centralisation that's plagued this place. And I'd like to draw members' attention to the 20th anniversary report from the Constitutional Steering Group that drafted many of the standing orders of this Parliament 20 years ago. And I quote, this was published last year as part of the presiding officer's part of the 20th anniversary of this place. I quote, "Looking closer to home, we are disappointed that devolution has, if anything, led to a weakening of the position of local government in Scotland. Our expectation was that devolution would set us on a path towards a subsidiarity arrangement for local government. The Scottish Constitutional Convention recommended that the Scotland Act should commit the Scottish Parliament to securing and maintaining a strong and effective system of local government embodying the principle of subsidiarity. What we have seen instead with successive governments is a tightening of central control over local budgets and spending priorities. Our view is that the benefits of bringing decision-making back to Edinburgh in 1999 should flow through to proper empowerment of local communities through the local representative bodies." End quote. That's what the Scottish Constitutional Steering Group said in their 20th review of devolution. Now, Presiding Officer, I'm glad that there's now widespread acceptance and support for the idea of a fiscal framework between government and COSLA. This was a measure that we secured introduction in the Green government budget last year. And just to conclude, Presiding Officer, I'm aware of the substantial influence that outside bodies, in particular business associations, have in policymaking. Scotland's a small country, and I'm critical of the cosy relationship between government and business organisations. Now, I respect COSLA's position. I respect COSLA's view as articulated on Friday. I've been working closely with COSLA on many issues during my time in this Parliament. But sometimes we as legislators need to take a stand. It's this Parliament that decides where powers shall sit. And to say that notwithstanding the concerns and fears and views of those outside this place, empowering local government is the right thing to do. And we have those powers in our hands today. Let's celebrate 20 years of devolution by addressing the criticism of the Constitutional Steering Group and agreeing that local government needs the kind of powers I'm proposing today. And not only does it need them, that ratepayers themselves will find that returning to local rate setting will lead to a more effective, transparent and engaging process for all involved. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. So we move to the question. The question is that Amendment 23A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division. This will be a 1-minute division on 23A. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 23A in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 10, no 103. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Andy Whiteman to press or withdraw amendment 23.
Pressed.
The question is that amendment 23 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on amendment 23. This will be a 30-second division. The result of the vote on Amendment 23 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 10, no 103. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 44 and ask the Minister to move formally?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 44 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I'm going to turn now to Group 8, setting a progressive rate for non-domestic rates. Can I call Amendment 24 in the name of Andy Whiteman, in a group of its own? Andy Whiteman to move and speak to Amendment 24.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. I think it's generally recognised that progressive taxes are the best kind of taxes, and I've heard Mr Mackay and Mr Swinney repeat this ad nauseum in this place. And a progressive tax is a tax that, as the tax base rises, so should the rate. And I know Scottish ministers agree with this. However, the commitment to progressive taxation is undermined by the fact in our two local taxes, we have first of all a regressive tax, the council tax, whereby the rate falls as the tax base increases, and we have a flat tax, which is the non-domestic rate. Now, Amendment 24 provides the framework for the annual rate to be set not as a flat rate of, for example, 49 pence in the pound, as it is this financial year, but as a progressive rate with different rates for different bands. It provides that ministers made by regulations adjust those rates and adjust those bands as they see fit, as they do in fact now through an order that's brought before Parliament that sets the current rate. There's not really much more to say about this really. This was an amendment that I introduced at stage 2. It was defeated at stage 2. But I'm glad to bring it back because I believe in the principle of progressive taxation, and if you agree with that, I would invite you to vote for Amendment 24. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Whiteman. I call Willie Rennie to be followed by the Minister.
No.
I call the Minister in that case.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This amendment is very similar to Amendment 14 lodged by Andy Whiteman at stage 2. But the poundage rates have been replaced with the letter X, leaving them to be determined later. And we support the principle of improving progressivity in the rates system. It already contains some of the progressivity that Mr Whiteman is calling for, with the small business bonus scheme protecting those occupying the smallest properties and the large business supplement applying to those occupying the largest properties. So there are already elements of progressivity structurally built into the current system. My difficulty with this amendment is that the premise of non-domestic rates is that rateable values are based on the notional rental value of the property, whereas progression or progressivity is linked to the ability to pay. And that's why I don't think that this amendment actually delivers a more progressive system. Because, for example, a prosperous tech company based in small premises could pay almost nothing in rates, whereas a business that might be making far less money but which occupies much larger premises might have a rates bill that it finds far less affordable.
Andy Whiteman.
I think that's a ridiculous argument. I mean, non-domestic rates are a tax on the rental value of property. Whether the occupier of that property is rich or poor, you deal with that through income tax and corporation tax and all the rest of it. I mean, the non-domestic rate system is a system of taxation on the rental values of property. It's immaterial what the means of the person occupying it is.
Minister.
But the point I'm making is that you have got to combine, to make it more progressive, a nod to the ability to pay as well as the rental values of a property. Yeah. And I don't think in an increasingly digital economy that the size of a building reflects the ability to pay. So the system based on property tax can never be as progressive as income tax, for example. Now, there have been no calls since Stage 2 from the business community or any other stakeholders supporting the changes as set out by Andy Whiteman in his amendment, and therefore the Government is not in a position to support it.
Thank you. So, Andy Whiteman to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 24.
I have nothing further to add, and I press Amendment 24.
Thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 24 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to a division on Amendment 24. Members may vote now. This is a 1-minute division. The result of the vote on Amendment number 24 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 7, no 104. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Group 9, Mandatory Minimum Payment of Non-Domestic Rates? Can I call Amendment 25 in the name of Andy Whiteman in a group on its own? Andy Whiteman does move and speak to Amendment 25.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I move Amendment 25. In the annexes to the Barclay Review report are a number of issues that the Barclay Review looked at but did not make formal recommendations on. One of those is in Annex C7, which is entitled Ensuring that Every Ratepayer Pays Something. Now, the principle is straightforward. It's one of accountability. The Barclay Review mentioned things called rates deserts. These are areas of the country, typically small towns, locations where nobody occupying non-domestic property contributes anything to the cost of running and delivering the public services that the owners and occupiers of property are dependent on. This is particularly acute in Edinburgh. In my research on short-term lets in this city, £6 million is claimed in small business bonus scheme by the owners of short-term lets. Now, I think that's wrong. Many of these companies are in offshore tax havens, are perfectly capable of making a contribution to the local tax base. And what's worse about things like the small business bonus scheme, it's not just a relief to small businesses, which you could argue is a good thing. It's actually paid for out of general taxation. And the 20th poorest of society pay a higher proportion of their income in taxes than the richest 20%. So everyone that benefits from these reliefs is actually benefiting from the contribution of the general taxpayer to make up that tax foregone. And this is an important economic argument that we need to address, and I hope will be addressed as part of the review of the small business bonus scheme. But nevertheless, all non-domestic properties depend on public services. These services include the roads by which their customers reach them and on which they make deliveries, the amenities that enhance property values, and the planning and the infrastructure that enable their workers to get to work and to have housing. And the principle that everyone should pay something, albeit a modest amount, is very important in building the link between non-domestic property occupiers and the councils that provide the services on which they rely. Now, relief schemes such as the small business bonus scheme are separate to all of this, but if their effect is to take thousands of people out of a system so they pay nothing whatsoever, that will begin to undermine, and has begun to undermine, the important relationship of accountability between non-domestic property occupiers and local authorities, which has existed for well over a century. So Amendment 25 provides that every ratepayer pay a specified minimum amount. Now, the amendment establishes this at 2.5% of the valuation before reliefs, but it also provides ministers that ministers may amend this at any time by regulation. This was an amendment I brought at stage 2. It was defeated, but again, I think the principle is extremely important, and I'm delighted to have had the presiding officer's permission to bring it again at stage 3, and invite members to support this straightforward amendment and the principles embodied in it.
Thank you very much. I call on Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to speak briefly to Amendment 25 in the name of Andy Whiteman, which provides for a mandatory minimum payment of at least 2.5% of valuation. Now, I understand the principle that Andy Whiteman is applying here, that everyone should pay something by means of taxation. However, small businesses throughout Scotland have benefited from the small business bonus. And what this amendment would mean is that many thousands of small businesses, many of whom are already struggling, are being asked to pay a tax which is currently not being levied. And I do not think they would thank us for that. I do not want to support a bill. Yes, I will.
Andy Whiteman.
Just to be clear, I mean, this amendment is not asking beneficiaries of the Small Business Bonus Scheme to pay a tax which otherwise they'd be paying. It establishes at 2.5% of the rateable value. So someone occupying a rateable value, a property with a rateable value of £10,000, is being asked to pay £250 as, if you like, a symbolic gesture to recognise the fact that their business, no matter how small, is actually dependent on the services that local government provides.
Murdo Fraser.
Well, I thank Mr Whiteman for that intervention. I think he is still making the case, though, that all businesses are being asked to pay something, which means that people who are not paying are being asked to pay. And I wonder, if they are being asked to pay £250, whether the administrative cost of collecting that £250 would actually outweigh the value to local authorities of collecting it. So I do not think I want to support a bill that increases the tax burden on small business. There is, as Mr Whiteman knows, an ongoing review of the small business bonus being conducted by the Fraser of Allender Institute. This amendment preempts the outcome of that review. The kindest thing I can say about it is that it is premature, but I think it is inappropriate, and I regret I have to oppose Amendment 25.
And I call on the Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Mr Whiteman is right to say that currently not all properties are paying business rates. Around 143,000 properties in Scotland pay no rates, and the main reason for that is the Small Business Bonus Scheme, although that's not the only reason, because the Small Business Bonus Scheme provides 100% relief to just over 110,000 properties in Scotland. The remaining 33,000 properties who pay no rates do so as a result of other rates relief. Now, comment has already been made about the independent review, and as I said at stage 2, the Fraser Allender Institute is currently carrying out an independent review of the Small Business Bonus Scheme. I accept that there probably will be improvements that can be made to the scheme to ensure that it best supports small businesses and local economies. Now, I expect to receive the review report in the summer, and so I consider it would be prudent to await the recommendations of this independent review rather than consider the imposition of a minimum rates liability on the properties currently benefiting from this scheme. Now, separately, just briefly before I close, the Scottish Government has over the years introduced a number of targeted 100% reliefs where we consider this might, for example, encourage investment in the property stock. So the Business Growth Accelerator Relief is one example, or to encourage improvements in digital connectivity in Scotland, which I think is something that all parties support. So, for example, 100% relief for telecommunications masts. Those are targeted reliefs for a purpose. Investment in those areas requires stability, and I don't intend to change those reliefs at this time, and so I do not support this amendment.
Thank you. And Andy Whiteman to wind up and to press withdraw Amendment 25.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. I just want to confirm that this amendment is not related to relief schemes. The Small Business Bonus Scheme is being reviewed, and that's welcome, and I agree with the Minister. We look forward to the results of the Fraser of Allender review. But this is about the principle that everyone should pay something. Now, Murdo Fraser made the point about administrative costs. There's already administrative costs in the system of the Small Business Bonus Scheme. People have to apply for it. That has to be processed by by rating authorities. The sum then needs to be compensated, as I say, out of general taxation by the Scottish Government. So the only change that would happen would be the bills would be adjusted very slightly. So I just want to correct that. But I understand that your members are not particularly keen on this, and I won't detain them any further in trying to persuade them otherwise and press the amendment notwithstanding, Presiding Officer.
The question is that Amendment 25 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to division. This is a 1-minute division. On Amendment 25, members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 25 in the name of anti-Whiteman is yes 6, no 107. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 7 in the name of Alexander Stewart and Alexander Stewart to move or not move? This was debated earlier.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 7 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to division on Amendment 7. This is a 30-second vote. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 7 in the name of Alexander Stewart is yes 53, no 59. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 6 in the name of Alexander Stewart? Alexander Stewart to move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to division. Members may cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 6 in the name of Alexander Stewart is yes 35, no 77. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 45 in the name of Alexander Stewart? Alexander Stewart to move?
Move.
Thank you. Question is that amendment 45 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Turning now to Group 10, contribution to net zero emissions target rates relief. Can I call Amendment 46 in the name of Sarah Boyack, grouped with Amendments 47, 48, 49 and 50. Sarah Boyack to move Amendment 46 and to speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. These amendments restructure Section 9.A of the bill, which was created following an amendment I submitted at Stage 2. It's vital that if we as a Parliament are committed to tackling the climate crisis that we have recognised, that steps to mitigate our carbon footprint are taken at every opportunity. Now, Section 9A of this bill ensures that if an organisation chooses to implement a district heating network, its rates bill will not skyrocket and there will be an eligibility for reliefs. And in researching this issue for Stage 2 discussions, I became aware of the concerns held that NDRs were one of the issues which were a major obstacle to developing new heat networks for local authorities. SNP councillor in Glasgow, Anna Richardson, said the way that district heating systems are treated in the local tax system acts as a deterrent to them more widely. And her council officials commented that the current system also prevents a move to municipal energy firms, which is the opposite, I think, of what we all want to achieve. So we need leadership from our local authorities, from community projects, cooperative projects which are able to produce low-carbon heat infrastructure, which enable long-term paybacks to our local communities, and crucially, which produce heat which is affordable. And at the moment, the NDR system makes that impossible. So if we are to reach our carbon targets by the 2030 deadline, it's imperative that we get going now. Now, my amendment is looking at heat networks. We've already got the Scottish Government looking at progress on expanding and mapping heat networks. We've legislation that will be coming to us in terms of the consumer aspects. It's estimated that UK-wide, to meet our carbon targets, we will have to deliver 18% of our heat from heat networks by 2050. So this bill aims to think about the future and to facilitate the necessary investment to allow for this. The amendments also ensure that this bill is future-proofed, because I've just been talking about district heating networks, but they are an example of the type of scheme which ought to be guaranteed relief. But the bill, if we amend it with my amendments, would leave space for future technological developments which the Scottish Government could support through reliefs. I do want to thank both the Scottish Parliament and government officials for their support in drafting these amendments. They are much improved on the amendments I put forward at stage 2, and getting it right at stage 3 I know is absolutely crucial. So I thank them for their assistance, and I hope colleagues will feel that they can support my amendments at this stage. I move Amendment 46 and hope that the subsequent amendments are all acceptable to colleagues. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call Beatrice Wishart for call the Minister.
Thank you. I'm grateful to the efforts made in committee to insert Section 9A into the bill. I've had meetings in recent weeks with Shetland Heat, Energy and Power, or SHEEP as they are known. They run a big district heating scheme around Lerwick. At the last revaluation, they saw the rates bill rise by 463%. The SHEEP is not compensated for that increase by the relief scheme currently in force for district heating. And it's not difficult to see why they consider that they are being penalised for their innovation over 20 years ago in providing a cost-effective, low-carbon and low-emission solution for the disposal of Shetland and Orkney's residual waste. I hope that this amendment not only gives more powers for ministers to act in support of people doing their best for climate change, but also indicates to ministers that we want action. SHEEP should not face such a big increase in their bill. I want ministers to use their powers under these clauses or use the powers they already have to get a fairer deal for district heating in Shetland and further afield. I welcome the helpful tidying up that amendments 46 to 50 attempt.
Thank you. And I call on the Minister.
So thank you. I have little to say other than to welcome these amendments, which I support. These are essentially technical amendments to address the minor drafting issues in Section 9A, which will result in better legislation and improve the power to address the important issues that Sarah Boyack has highlighted.
Thank you very much. I call on Sarah Boyack to wind up and to therefore to press or withdraw Amendment 46.
I would only thank Beatrice for supporting my amendment and for giving excellent examples as to why we need it on the ground. It is about leadership. Local authorities need to be able to get going. We need community co-ops to get going. This would be a practical way that we can start tackling our climate targets. I very much thank the Minister for her support in this, and I hope colleagues will move these through and we can get going on them. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 46 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 47, Sarah Boyack, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 47 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 48, Sarah Boyack, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 48 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 49, Sarah Boyack, to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 49 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are. Call Amendment 50, Sarah Boyack, to move?
Moved.
That is moved. And the question is that Amendment 50 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Now, members will be delighted to hear we are well ahead of schedule. So, exactly, yes. So I'm just going to have a short comfort break for allow people to have a cup of coffee or tea. We'll resume in we'll resume at 5 past in 12 minutes' time. Resume at 4:05.
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish and what's happening today.
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland's going to be an independent country.
that need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
It is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was about. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Wherever you stand, get the fresh view of what's happening in Scotland with iScot. Celebrate everything about our country with intelligent, in-depth insight from lifestyle, culture to puzzles, and all the opinions you'll need. Whether it's digital or by post, subscribe now to iScot.
British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Well, it's lovely to be out on such a sunny evening in Edinburgh, but it's a shame that we have to be out tonight protesting against the two-child cap and the rate clause. Well more than a year since Alison Thulis, my colleague at Westminster, first spotted it in the small print of a Tory budget.
Very glad to see such a huge demonstration today and so many people still coming along 1 year after the rate clause came into force to show their opposition to this vile and despicable policy. The UK government have never been able to justify this policy, and we saw that this week with Esther McVeigh's pathetic attempts to say that the rate clause was somehow double support for women and that gives them some kind of chance to talk about the most appalling and disturbing experience of their life.
As you can see behind me, we're at the very beginning of the All Under One Banner rally. You can obviously hear the pipers behind me as events are about to kick off.
It's time to aim high, look resolutely outwards, and never, ever accept second best. Above all, it's time to believe that we can. We can build that better country we know is possible. And friends, we will.
If you enjoy watching our programmes, please help us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster by signing up to become a Broadcasting Scotland supporter.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. We are going to resume. Suspension is lifted. Point of order from Beatrice Wishart.
Sir, I must apologise, and I should have declared when I spoke about the district heating scheme. I forgot to mention that I have a family member who works at the Shetland district heating scheme.
Thank you very much, Ms Fisher. That point is noted. We're going to move on now to Group 11, Rates Relief for Independent and Certain Public Schools. Can I call Amendment 51 in the name of the Minister, grouped with Amendments 52, 53, 16 and 15? The Minister to move Amendment 51 and to speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I recognise that there are different views in this chamber and outside this chamber about these amendments and indeed about the provision. And the Tories in particular have been very clear that they don't support the removal of reliefs from independent schools, and we've covered arguments in depth at Stage 1, Stage 2 and in correspondence and conversations. Throughout, the Scottish Government has been committed to implementing the recommendations of the Independent Barclay Review to deliver a level playing field between state schools and independent schools, and that's what we are doing. If I move now to the amendments, Amendment 51 deals with rates relief in relation to centres of musical excellence in public schools. It removes Section 9B, which would not in practice have provided relief to any public state schools, and it replaces it with a more effective provision. Amendments 52 and 53 give ministers power to make regulations subject to affirmative procedure, reinstating charitable relief for independent schools by creating further exemptions alongside the exception for music schools and special schools. I don't think such a power is needed, not because it's a bad power, but because the Scottish Government already has powers in that area. In terms of Amendments 16 and 15, they reflect the difference of opinion and position between the Scottish Government and the Conservatives, which I set out at the beginning of my remarks. And so the Scottish Government will not be supporting them. And I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you very much. Can I call Andy Whiteman to speak to Amendment 52 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I thank the Minister for the work that her government has done to improve this provision, which was introduced by me at Stage 2 and forms Section 9B of the bill. There is only one school in the independent sector that provides education for pupils who are selected on the basis of musical ability, but there are 4 public schools, or at least parts of them, that provide exactly the same service, namely the National Centres of Excellence in Music at Douglas Academy in East Dunbartonshire, City of Edinburgh Music School at Broughton High School in Edinburgh, Aberdeen City Music School at Dice Academy in Aberdeen, and the National Centre of Excellence in Traditional Music at Plockton High School, which the Minister will no doubt be very familiar with. So I thank her for working on 9B and improving it. And the purpose of 9B in the first instance was just to make sure that if an independent music school was going to be relieved from the provisions of Section 10 of the bill, then so too should public schools. Amendment 52 and 3 give the Minister power to extend rates relief to other schools if they see fit to do so. And I note from the Minister's opening remarks that she considers that the Government already has those powers. And if that's genuinely the position, then I'm happy not to move those, but I'd be grateful if the Minister could maybe address that and make that very clear on the record in winding up. This amendment, I should say, was stimulated by representations made to me by a religious institution that provides independent school education and charges fees that are substantially lower than the cost of providing the education service. Now, they were very keen for me to lodge an amendment that would deal specifically with them. There's no way I was going to do that. The amendments were poorly drafted. And I don't make any judgment as to whether this particular school should indeed receive relief or not. I don't have a view on that. But it was my view that there should be a provision that would allow for the possibility that a good case might be made by them or indeed any other school, and therefore legislation should make provision for that without having to wait for any further primary legislation. But as I indicated a moment ago, the Minister is intimating that she already has that power, and I look forward to her clarification in winding up. And that will influence how we vote on my own amendments. But we support 51. Thanks, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. And can I call Liz Smith to speak to Amendment 16 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you. Can I speak to Amendment 16 in my own name? I think the Minister and indeed this whole chamber is extremely well aware of why the independent school sector is so strongly opposed to Section 10, and also why its schools feel so badly let down in terms of the lack of any meaningful engagement from the Scottish Government, not just within the passage of this bill, but for the last 2 years. The Minister was at very great pains to say earlier today that it was very important to listen to stakeholders, and more or less accusing the Scottish Conservatives of coming to that late in the day when it came to the business sector. May I turn the tables on the Minister and say that if she had been listening to the private school sector, the independent school sector, she would know exactly what it is that we are talking about when it comes to listening to stakeholders. In particular, these schools do not understand why an accurate and comprehensive cost-benefit analysis of the policy proposal has not been carried out, one which would properly assess the financial implications of this policy, not just for the independent sector, but for the state sector as well, and which would accurately assess equity in education. The Minister has said publicly 3 times during the passage of this bill that she values the high standards of education provided by the independent sector, and that she recognises that it is a very important part of Scotland's education system. She also appears to acknowledge that there was unanimous parliamentary support for the measures that were adopted in this chamber in 2005, when the future of the independent sector was rightly under such intense scrutiny. So it is doubly surprising that this bill that we are considering this afternoon, that there has been no attempt whatsoever to adopt any part of that consensus. And it's also very surprising that no effort has been made to address the concerns of Oscar, who state very clearly that this policy effectively creates 2 channels of charity, something which I am sure will pose very considerable problems for the Scottish Government in the near future. The Minister knows full well that the fees in the independent sector will, without exception, rise, thereby increasing the likelihood that more parents will be unable to choose independent education. We know too that some of the smaller independent schools will now be at the tipping point when it comes to their future survival, that they will be less able to offer generous bursary support, that the policy will have a detrimental impact on the ability of these schools to offer facilities for public benefit at discounted rates, and will have a very considerable impact on local economies, including in my own part of Mid-Scotland and Fife. What is worse, however, is that the independent education will become much more elitist and reduce parental choice, which is the direct opposite of what this Parliament concluded in 2005, and also the direct opposite of what is the stated aim of Scottish Government education policy. But as well as that, this policy proposal moves to have significant implications for the state sector, and that should not be forgotten in terms of the financial considerations, indeed at a time of availability when it's difficult enough for the state sector when it comes to teaching resources that are already under considerable strain. I will say it again, that this policy is deeply damaging to one of the most successful parts of Scottish education, and that is why Section 10 should not be part of this bill.
Thank you. And I call Graeme Simpson to speak to Amendment 15 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you. I don't want to go over the ground that Liz Smith has already so ably covered, but that Oscar raised real concerns over this when we were at stage 1 and 2. And their argument was, and they were right, that it was not right to treat one section of the charity sector differently to the rest. And that's what, yes, indeed.
John Mason.
The member very much for giving way, and he makes the same point as Liz Smith made. Would you accept that really the charities sector as a whole has developed way out of line with where it was in the past? And we now have alios and all sorts of things called charities. And we do need to look at charities, and there are different kinds of charities.
Graeme Simpson.
Well, if John Mason thinks that, then he'll be supporting my Amendment 15, which says that there should be a review of all charitable reliefs. So I look forward to getting his support for that. Because the point Oscar was making, and they are the regulator, was that it is not right to treat one part of the charity sector differently to the rest. And it isn't. It's fundamentally unfair. It's an attack on one part of that sector. That's all it is. It's an attack, and as Liz Smith has said, it could lead to some schools closing. And I've got in my mind the names of some of those schools. I won't say which ones I think may be at risk. Now, the Minister says she doesn't want that, but she has refused to budge an inch on this issue. So on her head be it. If your school closes, then it is down to Kate Forbes. As simple as that. Now, Amendment 15 is the right approach. I hope it's the right approach for John Mason as well. It's the fair approach, but being right and fair won't, I fear, win the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I've got 8 members who've indicated they wish to speak. I'll hopefully get through everybody. Sarah Boyack to be followed by Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just want to make a very brief statement. We supported the principles in this bill to apply NDRs to private schools. State schools all currently pay non-domestic rates, so there is an issue of fairness in here. We certainly do not support the Conservative proposals to delete the entire section of the bill in relation to this. And we had quite a lengthy set of discussions at stage 2. There were suggestions by Conservative colleagues that the provisions should be scrapped or delayed. But I think it is clear that private schools have known for some time that the Scottish Government will legislate to bring them in line with state schools. We did debate the issues of music schools, which Andy Whiteman has already alluded to, and I think we got to the right place in the legislation. I would just want to say that I think the key thing is how we go forward from here, and this is a key part of the bill, and it will have financial implications, and there will be an upside because there will be new money that will come to local authorities out of this. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call Murdo Fraser to be followed by Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to speak briefly in support of Amendment 16 in the name of Liz Smith and Amendment 52 in the name of Andy Whiteman. Along with the proposal to localise rates, the ending of rates relief for independent charitable schools is the most contentious part of this bill. If I can just respond briefly to Sarah Boyack's point about fairness. She is right that state schools do pay rates, but that, of course, is simply an accounting exercise with public money going round in a circle. There is no additional burden on the parents of pupils at state schools as a result, and therefore I think that's a bit of a red herring as an argument, if I may say so. And as we've already heard, the Office of the Scottish Charity Regulator have been very clear in their opposition to the proposal to change the tax treatment of independent schools, stating in their evidence to the Local Government and Communities Committee that they have a long-held general concern that treating any group of charities in a differentiated way for tax or other purposes, as proposed by the Barclay Review and now by the bill, introduces the potential for confusion in the minds of the public as to what it means to be a charity. And that, to me, goes to the heart of the issue. They've also pointed out that a number of independent schools are in a marginal financial position. What this bill amounts to, Presiding Officer, is a tax grab of £7 million a year from independent schools. And it is inconceivable that a tax hike of this nature will not have an impact on local economies where independent schools exist, among them Perth and Kinross. This is an area where a large number of independent schools exist, whose spend supports local businesses in towns like Crieff, and the same could be said of a town like Dollar in Clackmannanshire. There, local tradespeople and other local small businesses benefit from the existence of independent schools who are large local employers. And any additional charges on the sector already under financial pressure is going to have a knock-on impact. And moreover, as Liz Smith pointed out, if schools can only pay the additional rates bills by increasing the fees to parents or cutting bursaries, this is bound to have an impact on the number of parents who are able to choose to send their children to independent schools, which will put an additional burden on local authorities. Yet absolutely no assessment has been done in the bill or in the financial memorandum of the additional financial costs to local councils like Perth and Kinross should pupils transfer from the independent to the local authority sector as a consequence. And as Andy Whiteman pointed out, there is a particular issue, I think, for small independent faith-based schools which produce very low fees subsidised by donations, which will be hit with a disproportionate additional levy and may well have their future threatened by this legislation. So, Presiding Officer, this is a measure that has not been properly thought through. There is no independent objective justification for it. It will damage local economies if it's brought in, and for that reason I would support Liz Smith's Amendment 16.
Thank you very much. And I call Willie Rennie to be followed by Peter Chapman.
I want to speak to Amendment 16. I'm not convinced by the argument about the level playing field. The non-domestic rates paid by council-run schools are already in a circle of funding. Any money the council notionally pays for them gets circulated back through the non-domestic grant allocations. Indeed, Section 8C would have made that even clearer if we had accepted it today. So the level playing field argument doesn't really work. In fact, this creates a new disparity in the charitable sector. My colleagues look back to a previous Parliament which decided that decisions on charitable status should be made by Oscar, set up intentionally to do this. So we are not in favour of this Parliament now deciding to second-guess Oscar. So we support Amendment 16.
I call Peter Chapman to be followed by Maurice Golden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm very concerned with the proposal to remove charitable rates relief from independent schools, as mentioned in Section 10, and wish to support Amendment 16 in the name of Liz Smith. And in this regard, I refer to a school in my region which has a strong Christian ethos to meet the requirements of parents from the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church. There is such a school in Balmeedy and a very strong Brethren community in the North East. Now, this school has unique characteristics and is only registered as an independent school due to the inability to secure funding as a registered state school, and as such has exceptional circumstances. However, in the bill, exceptional circumstances is restricted to music schools, which in practice involves only one school that I'm aware of. So while this Christian organisations like our whole Conservative group would prefer this section to be entirely rejected, we would also urge all members to support Amendment 52, which will give the opportunity for the case to be made properly before ministers to give rate relief to all schools with exceptional circumstances.
Thank you. I call Maurice Golden to be followed by Jamie Green.
Sir William Wallace, Sir George Mackenzie, Viscount Duncan of Camperdown, Sir David Baxter, D.C. Thompson, Mary Lily Walker, Brian Taylor, Andrew Marr, Katie Tunstall, Martel Maxwell, Neil Forsyth, Ali Dickinson, Ailish McColgan. All former pupils of the High School of Dundee, as am I. We don't know how many of those famous alumni received bursaries and support in order to achieve their education and subsequent notoriety, nor should we. But we do know that this SNP government is using non-domestic rates as a cheap, populist tool to attack independent schools. This will threaten bursary support for the current and future generation of both famous and non-famous alumni achieving all they can. Every year, the High School of Dundee provides £1 million per annum in bursary support, with 114 bursaries provided to 31st of July 2019. Mark MacDonald.
Mark MacDonald.
I just wonder if Maurice Golden can highlight, have any famous people come through the state school sector, and what evidence does he have that any of those people would not have achieved what they've achieved by coming through the state school sector as opposed to the independent school sector?
Maurice Golden.
We know the independent sector has a track record of maximising educational and career attainment. We know that under the SNP, they have continually failed in the education system and are doing so more and more as the education system under the SNP is tumbling down the league tables. The facilities offered by the High School of Dundee are open to 2,000 members of the local community using these school facilities every single week. And it beggars belief that the SNP are willing to target independent schools in such a callous manner. I urge members to support Amendment 16 in the name of Liz Smith.
I call Jamie Green to be followed by Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To answer Mr. I went to St Stephen's High School in Port Glasgow. It was a good state school, really good state school. But I'm not here to talk about state schools. I'm here to talk about this issue. It's clearly a heated debate. But I think actually it is an important one because at the heart of this are students and pupils. If I could draw members' attention to a very good school in my region, Kilmacombe, St Columba's, there are 700 pupils at that school, and behind every single pupil is a local family. And behind every school there are workers, teachers, staff and contractors who work in those communities. And these schools just aren't at the heart of the towns in which they sit. They're at the heart of the regions in which they sit as well. In particular, this one sits and works on behalf of the local region, Renfrewshire and Inverclyde, some of which are represented by members here today. And I think if there had been a sensible and rational explanation for this proposal, then there would have been far more engagement around it. The levels of consultation were dismal, I'm afraid. The problem that many parents have who will be listening to this debate is that whilst they accept, as I accept, that there is a philosophical debate that one could have around the notion of independent schools or not, but to use this rates relief change as a proxy to make a political point against them, I think is an inappropriate use of the bill. I'm happy to give way to this.
Cabinet Secretary Derek Mackay.
Is Jamie Green aware that this particular proposal came from Ken Barclay himself? So it's not any sort of political attack. It's a fair recommendation on the issue of fairness that came from the Barclay Review. As good as Kate Forbes is, it wasn't Kate's idea, it was Ken Barclay, so maybe we should lay off the political attack line.
Jamie Green.
I mean, that's an absurd intervention, Cabinet Secretary. I mean, the idea that ministers just simply do what they're told and don't need to consult with people. I mean, this is a bill passing through this Parliament. We've got every right to consult with stakeholders, and the stakeholders that it affects are the parents and the pupils who attend these schools. Now, as I said, I'll briefly make the point that I don't really care if you have an ideological position for or against independent schools, but what I would ask members to think about is if they do have an independent school that is doing a good job in their constituency or their region, just to simply think about the consequence of their vote today. £37 million will have to be found over the next 5 years, and that money will have to come from somewhere. Many of these schools share their facilities with local communities, and indeed local state schools, whether it's sports or music facilities, outdoor facilities. And I don't want to see any of those facilities or that good work and that integration into the community be lost in any way as a consequence of the action that's taken today. So all I would ask members is to have a think about, if you do have a good, high-quality independent school in your region or constituency, to have a think about how you vote today. Don't make a political point about the premise of independent schools. Vote according to the consequence of what this bill will do. And that's why I support Liz Smith. And if you won't support Liz Smith's amendment, then the proposal by Andy Whiteman to at least allow future discussions about who can be exempt, I think, is an excellent compromise and should be considered by members.
Thank you. I call Alexander Stewart, to be followed by Jeremy Balfour.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to speak in support of Amendment 16. It is one of the most concerning measures in this bill to remove the charitable rate relief for independent schools, which currently affects the sector. And I'd like to pay tribute to all who've spoken so far in their support. Whilst there are some who have an ideological aversion to any private sector involvement in schooling, we have to accept that they play a major role in Scottish education system. They teach around 4% of all pupils in Scotland, and many of these schools struggle to meet their day-to-day costs. Changes to the bill could necessitate fees increases, cuts to bursaries, and even closures. This in turn would mean that pupils needing to be educated in the state sector and could, in theory, be a greater burden on the taxpayer than any increase in business rate income. And within my own region, as others who have indicated from it say, locations like Dollar and Clackmannanshire, Glenalmond, Kilgraston, Strathallan, Morrison's Academy and Perthshire, these schools not only benefit the pupils who attend, but also a significant positive impact in their communities. They also have close links with state sector schools in the area and can provide support on issues that the state sector have limited experience in. They also support employment both directly and indirectly to ensure that businesses can thrive within these communities. And we've already heard of closures that took place in Highland Perthshire and Beaconshurst and Bridge of Allen not long ago, and these had a massive impact on the local economy. It is difficult Presiding Officer, to assume that the proposed withdrawal of relief from independent schools is anything more than a direct political attack on this sector and the parents who choose to exercise their parental choice by sending their children there without thinking at the time of the consequences and the wider effects that these changes may have. I therefore support and maintain that the charitable status should take part, and I urge members to support Amendment 16 in Liz Smith's name.
Thank you very much. I call Jeremy Balfour.
Presiding Officer. I rise to speak in this debate as a local regional member for here in Edinburgh, because this development will perhaps impact this city more than any other part in Scotland. As members may be aware, 1 in 4 children go to a private school at secondary level here in Edinburgh, 25%. A substantial number of children go to primary school or different private primary schools here in Edinburgh as well. We have already a school estate within the state sector, within the council sector, that is bursting at the seams. You can look at Boroughmuir High School, Gillespie's High School, the Royal High School, other schools across Edinburgh which are already at capacity. For example, Boroughmuir is already looking forward to the next 2 or 3 years, and on the number of children that are likely to go to that school, they are going to have to build a second new school already to take those number of children into it. If we remove any children at all from the private sector, they will have to be accommodated within Edinburgh City Council's resources. And quite clearly, that is not going to be possible without a massive influx of new building on land that is not simply available. I'm interested that the Cabinet Secretary and the Minister are laughing about this as I speak. But for the people in Edinburgh, this is a massive issue. Because not all people who send their children to private schools can afford any increase in school fees at all. And I know from talking to parents at my girls' primary school who were perhaps thinking at P6, P7, S1 to sending them to the private schools, that simply will no longer be possible because they cannot afford to do it. And my question to the Minister is, where will they be accommodated within Edinburgh? And if, for example, parents have to take their kids out of private school, particularly at primary level, where will they be accommodated in Edinburgh in the next 2 or 3 years? There is simply no room. And I fear that if we support the government's amendment motion today, the things that are already in the bill, we are going to end up with Edinburgh Council not being able to educate every child of the city, or you're going to end up with parents having to take their children out of catchment and across the city to other schools. That seems to be unacceptable. I don't believe the government have thought this through, particularly for Edinburgh. And if you do not support my colleague Liz Smith's amendment, I do urge you to support Andy Whiteman's amendment, where we can think about this quickly to see what the consequence will be for Edinburgh and other parts of Scotland. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And Maurice Corrie.
I rise in support of Liz Smith's Amendment 16. In my constituency, in my region of Helensburgh, which Helensburgh is part of, we have a school called Lomond School. It supports very much the children of parents who serve in Her Majesty's Naval Base Clyde and our UK submarine fleet. They are away on deployment for several weeks, if not more, and those children find stability when they're placed in Lomond School, both boarding and otherwise there. And it would be a gross mistake to find them penalised. I met with the board, with the head teacher at that school, and they're very concerned that some of the children will have to be pulled out and there is not room in the local area to put them in other schools, certainly at the primary school area. So I think it's something I'd ask the government and the minister to look very carefully at the damaging effect this will have if they impose this penalty on the independent sector. And so I support Liz Smith's amendment.
I call Neil Findlay, followed by Liam Kerr.
Presiding Officer, just to raise a point, I just listening to the debate with great interest. A number of people have taken part in it, and I'm not sure whether all of them have declared the proper interest in the debate, whether they themselves have benefited from some of the issues we've discussed, or indeed some members of their family are currently benefiting from some of the issues they discussed. So I'm sure you will be encouraging people to correct the record in terms of their register of interests.
Yes, I think the member will know it's up to members individually to make that judgment. Liam Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I rise to speak in support of the Amendment 16 in the name of Liz Smith and to declare the interest. Yes, I did benefit from an education at George Watson's College and at Trinity Academy down in Newhaven, and my daughter is currently at an independent school in Aberdeen. Presiding Officer, the point here is the practical impact of the change being proposed will be to price normal people out of the sector and push their children into the state sector. If elitism is the concern, then this is exactly what is going to be achieved by this. You will make the sector an elitist one from this. I will accept
Kenneth
an intervention.
Gibson.
To this nonsense for long enough. I do thank you for taking an intervention, but how come you don't seem particularly bothered about the £9,250 a year tuition fees that your government in Westminster charges people in England, but you're concerned about a 1.8% increase in fees that this would actually cost? And incidentally, last year, teachers' pay rises and pensions changes had a 6% increase on the sector, and I didn't hear you say anything about it, but a 1.8% change, suddenly the world is coming to an end.
Can I encourage members to make their remarks through the chair? Liam Kerr.
We're not in England, Presiding Officer. What I want to talk about is that we're in... It's shameful. Be useful if people would engage with the debate, Mr Gibson. I want to talk about Aberdeen because if you price people out of the sector, you push people into the state sector in Aberdeen, which is short of resources, it is short of teachers, it is in ageing assets, and I declare the interest, Mr Findlay, my wife's a teacher in one of these, so I know what I'm talking about. You are pushing children into that sector, and who suffers? It's those very children. It's the children who've come out of the sector, it's the children who are going into the sector. No, this is a move, this is a politically driven move, and the people who are most affected are our children, and that is simply wrong.
Mark MacDonald.
Presiding Officer, I wasn't going to enter this debate, but since Mr Kerr would not take the intervention, I will simply state at this moment, how dare Mr Kerr make those slurs against the state school sector of Aberdeen and make those claims? And I will declare my interest as somebody who went through the state sector in Aberdeen and whose children are both in state schools in Aberdeen. How dare he suggest that the children in state schools in Aberdeen are somehow receiving a deficient education as a result of the issues he highlights, or that children from, not a chance, or that children from independent schools, or that children currently in independent schools...
Sorry, Mr MacDonald, there's a point of order from Mr Kerr. Point of order, Liam Kerr.
The assertion made by the member about what I just said is blatantly and demonstrably false, and I don't think that it should be allowed. He should retract it immediately.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. I think, as Mr Kerr knows, that's not a point of order, that is just a point. However, the point's been made. Mr MacDonald.
Yeah, we all heard Mr Kerr stating that children who are currently being educated in independent schools would suffer were they to move into the state sector in Aberdeen, thereby implying that the state sector in Aberdeen is somehow providing an education that is of a lower quality than that currently being received in independent schools. Now, it may be that Mr Kerr didn't mean to say those things. Perhaps then he should not have said them, and that slur would not have been made. I have constituents who are being educated in those schools. I have constituents who are working and doing a fine job in those schools, and it is entirely out of order for the Conservative Party to throw such smears simply to make a political point.
We'll call Gordon Lyndhurst, to be followed by Margaret Mitchell.
Oh, yes.
Order, please. Order, please. Let's hear Mr. Lyndhurst. Order.
I think it's important, as someone myself who only ever attended a state school at any level, the SNP benches should, for once, think about outcomes rather than political point scoring. Because the point made by my colleague Jeremy Balfour, by Liam Kerr, is simply this. The more people that have to go to state school and state schools because there's not the possibility of independent education means there are fewer and fewer resources for people like me who only ever went to state schools. So I think it's really important that people should focus on the outcomes for a change. I know that's something the SNP government doesn't like doing, but that is what we're talking about. We're not talking about these silly political point scores.
And Margaret Mitchell.
Presiding Officer, I rise in support of Liz Smith's amendment. To answer Mr Finney, I attended Coatbridge High along with certainly quite a number of years apart, Fulton McGregor. But I fully recognise, comprehensive school, I fully recognise the value of independent schools. This shouldn't be a political football. We're talking about children's future. We're in danger here of passing an amendment that will make it only the very wealthy can benefit from going to independent schools, and the decision about the charity status should be left to Oscar, not to become the subject of political dogma or entrenched views.
Thank you very much. Can I call on the Minister to wind up in this section?
Thanks, Presiding Officer. To Andy Whiteman's question around whether or not his amendments are duplicating powers that we already have, Section 153 lets ministers make regulations to provide any form of relief scheme that we design. So we could, theoretically, the Scottish Government could design our relief for specific types of schools, like those that he has in mind, which read that as my support for the substance of the amendment, but I think we already have those powers in terms of Section 153. Yeah.
Neil Findlay.
I appreciate she's responding from the government, but I'm very surprised that we've not had an intervention from the Education Minister in this debate to tell us what his view is.
Minister.
It's the government's view. And the other point would be that around some of the small schools. Some small schools may well be eligible for the small business bonus scheme as well. But, Presiding Officer, I don't have much to add. It's clearly a very emotive subject. The government's made its position clear. I think the Conservatives have, however many people spoke, made their position clear as well. And I move the amendment.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 51 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 52 in the name of Andy Whiteman? Andy Whiteman to move.
Moved.
That's moved. The question is that Amendment 52 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 52. This will be a 1-minute division. The result of the vote on Amendment 52 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 36, no 75. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 53 and ask Andy Whiteman to move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Can I call Amendment 16 in the name of Liz Smith? Liz Smith to move. That is moved. The question is that Amendment 16 be agreed. Are we agreed? No. Or not agreed? We'll move to a vote on Amendment 16, 32nd division. The result of the vote on Amendment 16 in the name of Liz Smith is yes 30, no 81. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 54 in the name of the Minister? Minister to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 54 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We are agreed. I'm going to turn now to Group 12. The duty to report on a number of assessors and availability of resources. Can I call on Amendment 56 in the name of Sarah Boyack? In a group on its own, Sarah Boyack to move and speak to Amendment 56.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This amendment responds to Recommendation 12 of the Barclay Report, which stated that assessors should provide more transparency and consistency of approach. If this is not achieved voluntarily, a new Scotland-wide statutory body should be created which should be accountable to ministers. So, picking up on the issue, but this amendment is designed to ensure a level of transparency while ensuring that assessors remain independent of political interference. So the way this amendment would intend to achieve that would be to require the valuation boards or valuation authorities to lay a report before Parliament. This report should contain information on the resource available to assessors, both financial and in terms of qualified staff, and whether this resource is adequate for them to complete their jobs. Now, I have spoken to the assessors and I was very keen to make it clear that this is to enable parliamentary transparency. A point I made to the assessor representatives, absolutely not to compromise their independence. So it's very much a factual report that we'd be looking for from the relevant bodies. And it's to ensure that the Parliament is made aware of any challenges faced in the sector and to bring an understanding of how the legislation works in practice. And I think we'd provide the relevant committee at that time of the opportunity for Parliament to be made aware of how legislative changes which have been made, for example, through this bill, have impacted on assessors' abilities to carry out their duties. For example, whether the measures contained in the bill to reduce appeals have been effective. So I hope colleagues will support this today. It's going to increase transparency, it strengthens the bill and it relates to the recommendation in the Barclay report. I do want to finally thank Scottish Government officials for their assistance in getting the detailed drafting of this amendment right, so that I hope we can be confident in supporting it today at stage 3. I move amendment number 56. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I call Willie Rennie to be followed by the Minister?
I think Amendment 56 might be important as the bill intends that revalue more frequently. Businesses are frustrated by the lengthy appeals process under the current arrangement. I want to hear from people on a regular basis involved in that process to make sure they've got the resources they need to carry out the valuations, the reviews and appeals in a timely way that support business.
And can I call the Minister?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome and support Sarah Boyack's Amendment 56. As I said, during stage 2, I considered that what was Sarah Boyack's Amendment 88 had merit, and I'm pleased, following constructive discussions with both Sarah Boyack actually as well as Alexander Stewart, that she's brought forward this amendment, which I believe will increase transparency of the valuation system in Scotland.
Thank you very much. And Sarah Boyack, to wind up or to press and
Yeah, just very briefly to say, I should actually have acknowledged the work that Alexander Stewart did. It was a slightly different way to deliver this ambition by having annual reports, and I went for every 3 years. So I do want to thank him also for taking up this issue. I hope colleagues will support my amendment this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 56 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Turning to Group 13, the status of Secretary of Valuation Appeal Panel. Can I call Amendment 55 in the name of the Minister in a group on its own? Minister to move and speak to Amendment 55.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is another complex and technical area because rating itself is a complex area of law. And it's important that when the functions of valuation appeal committees are transferred to the Scottish tribunals, tribunals have a sufficient number of qualified and experienced members with expertise in legal and valuation matters to be able to exercise those functions properly. That was called for by the Barclay Implementation Appeals subgroup. So under the Tribunals Act, the secretaries or assistant secretaries of valuation appeals panels from which valuation appeal committees are drawn cannot be transferred into the Scottish tribunals. However, those people, often qualified solicitors, are integral to the work of valuation appeal committees and have considerable experience and expertise in valuation appeals and related legal matters. Their valuable experience and expertise will be lost if they cannot become members of Scottish tribunals. So in the fullness of time, tribunals will of course be able to appoint new members. However, given that the transfer will occur at the revaluation in 2022 and with a new two-stage appeal system coming into force then as well, the tribunals will likely start hearing cases very quickly. The reforms of the appeal system are intended to ensure a more timely resolution, so it's crucial that tribunals be set up to start hearing appeals without delay after the transfer. So quite simply, Amendment 55 makes the secretaries or assistant secretaries of valuation appeal panels transferable people under the Tribunals Scotland Act 2014, and I move Amendment 55.
Thank you very much. So the question is, no anybody else wants to speak. The question is that Amendment 55 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Turning to Group 14, the procedure for regulations setting non-domestic rates and rates relief. Can I call Amendment 26 in the name of Andy Whiteman, grouped with Amendments 27, 27A and 57. Andy Whiteman to move Amendment 26 and speak to all amendments in this group.
Thanks very much indeed, Presiding Officer. These are not strictly technical, but they are procedural amendments. I move Amendment 26. As members know, the non-domestic rate is set by order annually via a negative instrument that's usually considered by the Scottish Parliament's Local Government and Communities Committee. It has been thus in this Parliament anyway. Now, for a tax that raises just under £3 billion annually, in my view, it's inappropriate that such a tax rate is set using a procedure that entails very, very little scrutiny. I was probably the first MSP ever to move a motion to annul the rate, to annul the order a couple of years ago. And I did so not because I wanted to reject the order necessarily, but that was the only way in which we could scrutinise the Cabinet Secretary on his choice of tax rate for what I say is the second largest tax that is proposed by ministers and set by this Parliament. Now, if we were introducing legislation today, it's inconceivable that Graeme Simpson and his Delegated Powers Committee would agree to such an important order being subject to a negative procedure. And in fact, just this morning in the Economy Committee, we were discussing the imminent introduction of regulations to ensure that the appointment of members of the new proposed Consumer Scotland body be overseen by the Commissioner on Ethical Standards in Public Life. Now, that's a fairly non-contentious proposition, but it's an affirmative instrument. I think it's bizarre that such a routine matter, important but routine, be affirmative, but the second largest devolved tax be subject to so little scrutiny. So this is Amendment 26, is it? Welcome. Yep.
Stuart Stevenson.
Will the member accept that the amount of scrutiny on any order that is endorsed by default or by positive action by this Parliament is a choice for this Parliament? We have had debates in the past on negative instruments that are functionally equivalent to any other debate. It is a choice for this Parliament, and it's quite unhelpful to describe negative instruments as something that passes through this Parliament without scrutiny. All go to a committee. Every committee that they go to can scrutinise to the extent that they choose to do so.
Andy Whiteman.
Except that it's perfectly in order. Members can scrutinise negative instruments to the same degree they scrutinise affirmative instruments. But we have the procedure of affirmative and negative to reflect the relative importance of subordinate legislation. And if you're relying on a member bringing forward a motion to annul an order that they actually probably agree with, merely to get the minister along to have a debate about it, that seems to me inappropriate. I've made the case, and I think members will understand it well. Amendment 27, moving on to Amendment 27 and 28. So at stage 2, we also considered the fact that all reliefs under Section 153 of the 94 Act are also set via negative procedures. And we passed an amendment requiring them also to be subject to an affirmative procedure. Now, these instruments, they tend all to come in a bundle in about February. They include the Small Business Bonus Scheme and other relief schemes that are introduced on an annual basis that require the expenditure of considerable sums of money. The Small Business Bonus Scheme gives the government the authority to spend around £270 million of public money each year. Now, the proposal that they all be required to be subject to an affirmative procedure became section 13C of the bill, and that's a section of the bill that the Minister proposes under Amendment 57 be left out. I recognise that section 3C is rather too general. It captures all instruments passed under section 153, and that is not appropriate. And therefore, I've brought forward Amendment 27. And what Amendment 27 does is it ensures that only those instruments granting relief and thus public expenditure of over £10 million per annum be made affirmative. And the decision as to the quantum of this relief is one left to ministers' good judgment. And Amendment 27A allows ministers to amend the 10 million figure in future. So I'm proposing these amendments in Group 14, Presiding Officer, not because I have any serious, important policy intent here, but just to make it easier for members in this Parliament and future Parliaments not to forget and not to lose sight of the fact that some important public expenditure comes through this Parliament via negative instruments, which it is easier for members to miss, and they have to go through this complicated procedure. Not that complicated, but it's just another thing we have to do, a motion to annul and all that nonsense. As I say, if these provisions were introduced in legislation today, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind whatsoever that they'd be subject to the affirmative procedure. Thanks, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As Andy Whiteman has said, with Amendment 26, he's seeking to make the poundage setting order subject to the affirmative as opposed to the negative procedure. We discussed this at Stage 2, and as I said at Stage 2, non-domestic rates decisions have been set out as part of the budget for many years and are subjected to extensive consultation and scrutiny through that process. And I think that gives Parliament and ratepayers a clear and explicit indication of the government's policy intention, which was a key recommendation of Barclay. So I struggle to see why the affirmative procedure would be more appropriate than the negative procedure, because it doesn't bestow any greater power on a committee, and the committee will be able to scrutinise the order as it has always done. Amendment 27 and 27A propose a threshold to determine whether regulations providing reliefs are subject to affirmative or negative procedure. Yeah.
Mike Rumbles.
Just made the case from the government's benches that they see no difference between affirmative and negative.
Minister.
As to the committee being able to scrutinise the poundage, no. The point is that the committee can invite ministers to give evidence at committee whenever they please, and they're able and freely able to scrutinise the order as they have always done. Amendment 27 and 27A propose the threshold, as I said. I'm not aware of precedent for ministers to decide the likely cost before determining the procedure that the Parliament follows. So, whilst, in terms of the process, members will be clear what my views are on the procedural matters here. I don't see any point of change simply for change's sake. And since Parliament can scrutinise instruments closely if it wishes, I don't see what the merits of change would be. In terms of my own Amendment 57, that's quite a simple and straightforward amendment, and it seeks the removal of Section 13C. And I move that amendment in my name.
Thank you very much. And I call on Graeme Simpson.
Yeah, Andy Whiteman mentioned the DPLR committee, and of course one of the key functions of that committee is to decide or sort of make recommendations on the procedures that should be used. So he's absolutely right to mention that. These things may seem dull to a lot of people, but they're very important. And there is a difference between using affirmative and negative, and that's why the committee often makes recommendations on that. I'm not quite sure why we didn't on this occasion, but in terms of Mr. Whiteman's Amendment 26, he raises a very important point, that the second largest devolved tax should not be put through using the negative procedure. The affirmative procedure, however dull it appears to members, does give members a greater level of scrutiny. And that's very important when we're talking about such large sums of money. So we'll be supporting Andy Whiteman and his amendments.
Thank you very much. And I call Andy Whiteman to wind up in this group and to press withdraw Amendment 26. Sorry.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. I press Amendment 26. I mean, this should be fairly straightforward. We're talking about, as Graeme Simpson said, public expenditure in terms of relief of hundreds of millions of pounds, and tax rates raising billions of pounds. The idea that this goes through Parliament on a negative instrument is frankly ridiculous, and I'm not convinced at all by the Minister's arguments to the contrary. Of course, the budget, these rates are announced, the income tax rates are announced. I mean, that would be an argument for not having an income tax resolution. She can't equate very specific powers that give ministers authority to spend money and local government the power to raise money. She can't equate that, particular instruments, with a general overview of the budget, which contains very, very, very many measures, and especially this year is going to be subject to very little scrutiny at all. So I press Amendment 26 and urge members to support all amendments in this group.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 26 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. The 1 minute division. The result of the vote on amendment number 26 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 36, no 76. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 27, Andy Whiteman, to move? That is moved. The question is that, sorry, I beg pardon, I call amendment 27A, Andy Whiteman, to move.
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 27A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on amendment 27A. Members may vote now. This is a 30-second division. The result of the vote on amendment number 27A in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 36, no 76. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The question is that amendment 27 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to division on amendment 27. Members to cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment 27 in the name of Andy Whiteman is yes 36, no 76. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 57, the Minister to move forward? Moved. Thank you very much. The question is that amendment 57 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on amendment 57, a 30-second division. result of the vote on Amendment 57 in the name of the Minister is yes 76, no 36. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call Amendment 58, Minister, to move formally?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 58 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I'm going to turn now to Group 15, Assessor Information Notices and Penalties. Can I call Amendment 19 in the name of Graeme Simpson, grouped with Amendments 63, 64, 20 and 65. Graeme Simpson to move Amendment 19 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
I move Amendment 19, Presiding Officer. The poor returns to assessors when they ask for information are a cause for concern, and the level of returns has got to improve. But as the bill stands, an assessor may give an information notice to two types of people. One, any person who the assessor thinks is a proprietor, tenant or occupier of lands or heritages which the assessor has the function of valuing. And B, any other person who the assessor thinks has information which is reasonably required. And it's that second bit that Amendment 19 seeks to remove. The power is just too wide. It means assessors can literally decide who they want to target, whether they have information or not, and they have to comply or face a fine. The First Minister could be written to, any of us could be written to, and face a penalty if we don't respond. So removing these lines will make this section of the bill more reasonable, and again, it's supported by business. Now, Amendments 63 and 20. Amendments at Stage 2, which increase the level of penalties for non-compliance with one of these notices and shortening the time period for compliance, appear extremely onerous, according to the Chambers of Commerce. Amendment 63 deals with the time allowed to respond to an assessor information notice. That was reduced from 56 days down to 28 at Stage 2. My concern, and this is shared by business, is that 28 days is not long enough and that some could easily not be able to comply in that time period. So a small business owner could, for instance, be on holiday or ill, and in any case, small business owners often do not have full understanding of what information is being requested and for what purpose. So businesses, they've called for 56 days to be reinstated. I've gone for the middle ground at 42, and I think that sounds more reasonable. The level of fines for not complying has also shot up. I see this as a deterrent more than anything, so I've resisted calls to table an amendment to cut them. However, Amendment 20 calls for a review within 2 years of the level of civil penalties and the timescales for complying. And once again, as with the other amendments in this group, they are backed by business organisations. And we support Kate Forbes's Amendment 64.
Thank you. And I call on the Minister to speak to Amendment 64 and the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 19 and 63 are essentially about information gathering powers of an assessor, and as Graeme Simpson said, I am aware that there's concern amongst certain stakeholders that the assessors are going to be approaching third parties for information inappropriately. And I think that concern is unfounded because an assessor can only seek information where the requirement is reasonable. There are occasions where it will be reasonable to seek information from a person who's not the proprietor, tenant or occupier. One of the most obvious examples relates to local authorities and public-private partnership schools. Until now, assessors have been able to go only to the local authority as the tenant to get information on the cost of the maintenance contract. However, using Section 14, the assessor would be able to go to a third party, which could be the builder, to find out the actual build cost, and that would reduce the time taken to get information and ensure that the valuation is more accurate, which is obviously a key concern of the bill. So to that end, I can't support Amendment 19 as it limits the services of notices to the person the assessor thinks is a proprietor, tenant and occupier. Turning now to civil penalty timescales when information is not provided to the assessor, it is clear that in the context of a 3-yearly revaluation cycle with a 1-year tone date, that the 56-day time period in the bill on introduction for the return of an assessor information notice was simply too long. Hence my Stage 2 amendment, reducing that period to 28 days. And as for considering the penalties and timescales for complying with notices under the English legislation, I point out that this bill on introduction mirrored those provisions. But, however, the clear message I took away from stage 1 is that these particular civil penalty levels were set too low, and that's why I addressed it through my stage 2 amendments. However, I appreciate that Mr Simpson stated at stage 2 that he did want to strike a balance between the 28 days of compliance that I was proposing and the 56 days in the bill as introduced. So I've listened to the concerns expressed by a number of business organisations over the time it may take to obtain the potentially detailed and complex information required by the assessor. In terms of Amendment 63, that leaves the period of compliance with an information notice untouched at 28 days, but it increases the number of days before a second penalty may be served to at least 42 days after the first penalty, the equivalent figure currently being 28 days. And so I'm more than happy to almost end this stage of amendments by supporting Mr Simpson, because I believe if he's got good reason to believe that that's the best way to proceed, I will support Amendment 63. In terms of Amendment 20, which requires Scottish ministers to commence a review of the civil penalty regime for non-compliance with an assessor information notice no later than spring 22, it is important that the arrangements around civil penalties are allowed a realistic amount of time to settle in. So the Scottish Government will monitor the monies gathered in from the civil penalties regime. Subject to parliamentary approval of any proposed regulations, ministers will have powers to increase or decrease the sums for the time being set out in relation to civil penalties. However, ministers have no powers to alter the periods for providing information. Those would remain as set by the Parliament in the bill. Therefore, I don't support Amendment 20. In terms of the amendments in my own name, 64 and 65, these are quite important because 64 amends the second and third penalty liabilities that may arise where a person fails to comply with an assessor information notice. A first penalty arises after 28 days, with 2 subsequent penalty levels if the person continues to fail to comply, all 3 of which are cumulative. 2 adjustments are proposed in this amendment. The first is to introduce a minimum penalty of £1,000. That is for consistency with the penalties that have applied earlier of at least £200 and then at least £1,000. The second is to reduce the penalty of 100% of the rateable value by half, so that it will be 50% of rateable value. That makes the penalties 1%, then 20%, then 50%. It is important, I know everybody at committee was agreed on this point, it is important that the assessors are provided with the right information at the right time to enable them to derive, as far as practical, a right first-time valuation. And having listened to the concerns of rating specialists and other stakeholders, I consider that the maximum amount that I'm proposing in these amendments strike an appropriate balance based on the potential gains an individual could make by non-compliance with an assessor information notice. The amendment proposes a reasonable and consistent way for the penalties to increase, and it moves the maximum penalty in a direction that I hope Mr Simpson welcomes. Briefly, Amendment 65 adjusts Section 19 so that regulations can provide for a penalty not to be payable while an appeal is pending. So I invite members to support Amendments 64 and 65, which I believe strike the right balance between ensuring timely provision of information and fairness for all parties.
And Willie Rennie.
On Amendment 19, I think the Minister is right. The existing text does include the word reasonably, which I think should guard against Mr Simpson's concerns or fear that lots of people are going to be sent needless paperwork. On Amendment 20, that's what committees do when they look back at legislation. Post-legislative scrutiny should be something that the committees in this Parliament do more often, so there's no need for a new quango to be set up to do that piece of work. And then in Amendment 65, it seems eminently sensible to have the power to regulate on this.
So can I ask Graeme Simpson to wind up and to, in this group, and to press withdraw his Amendment 19?
I'll press the amendment and just thank the Minister for finally agreeing to one of mine. I thought I was going to get through the whole afternoon without her doing that.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 19 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 19. This is a 1-minute division. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 19 in the name of Graeme Simpson is yes 26, no 86. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendments 59, 60, 61 and 62 all in the name of the Minister and invite the Minister to move the amendments en bloc?
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object if I put these 4 questions en bloc? No. Therefore, the question is that we agree to amendments 59 to 62. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 63 in the name of Graeme Simpson? Graeme Simpson to move.
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 63 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Are we not agreed? We're not agreed. So the question is that amendment 63, sorry, so we're going to move to a division on amendment 63. This will be a 30-second division. Members may vote now. Amendment 63. The result of the vote on amendment 63 in the name of Graeme Simpson is yes 106, no 6. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 64 in the name of the Minister? Minister to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 64 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 8 in the name of Alexander Stewart? Alexander Stewart to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 8 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 20 in the name of Graeme Simpson? Graeme Simpson to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 20 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to division on amendment 20. This will be a 30-second division. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on Amendment 20 in the name of Graeme Simpson is yes 26, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 65? Minister to move formally.
Yeah, moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 65 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 10 in the name of Alexander Stewart? Alexander Stewart to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 10 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to division on Amendment 10. This will be a 30-second division. The result of the vote on amendment number 10 in the name of Alexander Stewart is yes 52, no 58. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 9 in the name of Alexander Stewart? Alexander Stewart to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is, the amendment 9 be agreed? Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We move to division on amendment 9. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on amendment number 9 in the name of Alexander Stewart is yes 52, no 59. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call amendment 66, Alexander Stewart, to move? Thank you. The question is that amendment 66 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 11, Alexander Stewart, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 11 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call amendment 13, Alexander Stewart, to move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that amendment 13 be agreed to. Are we agreed?
No.
We're not agreed. We'll move to division on amendment 13. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on Amendment 13 in the name of Alexander Stewart is yes 52, no 59. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Can I call Amendment 12, Alexander Stewart, to move? Thank you. The question is that Amendment 12 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to division on Amendment 12. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on Amendment 12 in the name of Alexander Stewart is yes 52, no 58. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call Amendment 67, Alexander Stewart, to move? Moved. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 67 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 14, Alexander Stewart, to move? Thank you. The question is that Amendment 14 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to division on Amendment 14. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on Amendment 14 in the name of Alexander Stewart is yes 53, no 59. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call Amendment 21 in the name of Graeme Simpson? Graeme Simpson to move. Moved. Not moved. Can I call Amendment 28 in the name of Andy Whiteman? Andy Whiteman to move.
Not moved.
Not moved. Can I call Amendment 68 in the name of Andy Whiteman? Andy Whiteman to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I call Amendment 15 in the name of Graeme Simpson? Graeme Simpson to move or not move? Moved. That is moved. The question is that Amendment 15 be agreed to. Are we agreed? No. Or not agreed? We'll move to debate. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 15. Members may vote now. The result of the vote on Amendment 15 in the name of Graeme Simpson is yes 30, no 82. There were no abstentions. The amendment is not agreed. Can I call Amendment 69 in the name of Andy Whiteman? Andy Whiteman to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Can I call Amendment 70? Andy Whiteman to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Can I call Amendment 29? Andy Whiteman to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Can I call Amendment 71? Andy Whiteman to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. And can I call Amendment 72? Andy Whiteman to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. That ends consideration of amendments. As members may know, at this point of proceedings, I'm required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of the bill relates to a protected subject matter. That is, whether it amends or modifies the electoral system for franchise for the Scottish parliamentary elections. In my view, it does no such thing. Therefore, it does not require a supermajority at stage 3. So I would remind members that the stage 3 debate on this bill will take place tomorrow afternoon at 5:30. And we come to decision time, but there are actually no further questions as a result of today's business, so I'm going to close this meeting.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was battling stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.